Chapter 179. After obtaining the top-quality spirit stone, it wasn't that Wang Lin didn't think about going back the way he came, but the situation in the first trial was very dangerous. If he turned around and left, without Hunchback Meng to open the way, it was hard to say if he would be able to return safely. Even if he went through a lot of trouble to return, if this place restricted him from going back, then all that awaited Wang Lin was death. There was no way he would be lucky enough to pass the first trial again. With Wang Lin's personality, he wasn't willing to gamble because he couldn't afford to lose. However, according to Wang Lin's analysis, if Hunchback Meng and company were able to return 1,000 years ago, then it was very likely that there was a transfer array here. Otherwise, Hunchback Meng and company wouldn't have dared to attempt this trial no matter what. Unfortunately, the jade that Hunchback Meng left behind didn't have any information about this place. The inheritance item they obtained wasn't in Hunchback Meng's hands. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He believed that if he could obtain the inheritance item, he would be able to find a way out. After carefully looking around, Wang Lin walked forward. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and stared at a mountain in the distance that was emitting waves of spiritual energy. Wang Lin looked at it for a while, then slowly backed up a few steps and walked to the side. The sky was dark, and it was as if there was a large stone pressing down on one's heart. It was so heavy that it made one's heart feel suffocated. Wang Lin carefully passed through the gap between two restrictions and finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked down. He had only walked 300 feet, but it took him several hours. He had to make sure every step was correct before he dared to take another step. Looking up, he couldn't see the end of the giant mountain. At this speed, Wang Lin didn't know how many years it would take for him to reach the top of the mountain. He sighed to himself. If passing the first trial was a matter of luck, then passing the second trial was entirely up to him. Wang Lin was silent for a while. His face was dark. With his current core formation cultivation level, staying here was far too dangerous. However, if he retreated, the danger would remain the same. If he wanted to live, he could only brace himself and move forward. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, and his eyes flashed. He didn't continue forward, but instead took a few steps back to the two restrictive spells he had just passed. He carefully went back through them and walked down the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, where the restriction had just appeared, he stopped and squatted down to carefully examine the restriction. This was a patch of messy grass that occupied an area of several hundred feet. At the foot of the mountain, there was a lot of this kind of grass, but the higher one went, the fewer the grass. At first glance, this place didn't seem to have any restrictions. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that while the weeds seemed to be disorderly, they actually contained some sort of strange law. Wang Lin stared unblinkingly at every weed in this patch of grass for a long time. Every time he finished examining a weed, he would take out a piece of jade and record what he saw. Wang Lin used 3 days of time to clearly record every blade of grass, every direction, and every stripe on the grass. He wanted to find a way to break the restrictions. Wang Lin knew that if he tried to force his way through, he would have no hope of reaching the top. This was an impossible task. Also, the higher one went, the more powerful the restrictions would be. There would be fewer and fewer paths to take. It was possible that there would be a situation where there was no path to take. Once that happened, if one wasn't prepared, the only path left for him would be death. If he wanted to pass this trial, he had to understand the restrictions on this mountain. The more he understood them, the higher his chances of survival would be. Other than that, there was no other way. This was why Wang Lin retreated from the top and began to carefully study the first restriction. This restriction was different from an array formation. An array formation used a specific method to form a magic spell of varying power. The things involved were incomparably complicated. Even if one spent their entire life studying it, they would only be able to gain a basic understanding of it. Restrictions were, in fact, a type of spirit array. However, this type of spirit array was more flexible. It could change according to the user's thoughts and thoughts. Simply put, restrictions were more inclined towards divine sense. Those powerful cultivators could set up restrictions with just a thought. Even after thousands of years, As long as their divine sense wasn't destroyed, the restrictions would still continue to operate. There were even some restrictions that, even if the user died, the divine sense inside would automatically form a new consciousness to maintain the restrictions. It could be said that aside from the caster, very few people could truly fully grasp the various changes within. There were two ways to break the restriction, the simplest of which was to forcefully break it. This method required an extremely high cultivation level and was not something that ordinary people could do. The second method was to study it. Once one understood the principles and rules of the restriction to a certain degree, one would naturally be able to break it. This was the second method that Wang Lin used. After he engraved the first restriction into the jade, he began to study it. Fortunately, when he was a Xiang Hun, he had a thorough understanding of formations. Now that he was studying restrictions, he wasn't completely clueless. Time slowly passed. 10 days later, Wang Lin stared at this place. His right hand suddenly reached out, and the surrounding flowers began to sway. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin already knew what was happening, and he began to sway at the same time. Sometimes he moved to the left, sometimes to the right, and in between he moved to the front and back. At first glance, his right hand did not seem to have any pattern, but if one looked closely, they would find that every time he moved, the rhythm was the same as when he touched the flowers. Within a few breaths of time, the frequency at which Wang Lin's right hand swayed surpassed a certain limit. It was as if his right hand had suddenly appeared, and countless afterimages began to appear. Often, just as one afterimage appeared, another afterimage quickly disappeared. 10 breaths of time later, Wang Lin's expression was one of concentration. Sweat began to drip down his forehead. He suddenly withdrew his right hand, and a red light flashed out from the grass, chasing after Wang Lin's right hand. The moment Wang Lin withdrew his right hand, he began to sway it again. As he swayed, the red light became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. When he withdrew his right hand, he had lost all feeling in it. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he stared at the grass. At this time, the grass had returned to normal, and he couldn't see any clues. The function of the restriction here was to kill enemies. Once someone entered, they would be immediately killed. If a cultivator with a certain level of cultivation wanted to rush out, the red light would appear and it wouldn't stop until they died. After studying the restriction for a few days, Wang Lin had a basic understanding of it. What he did just now was just a simple experiment. Wang Lin had tried the same experiment no less than 10 times in the past few days. In the beginning, the first time he tried, he could only last for 3 breaths of time before he had to withdraw his right hand. He was almost injured by the red light, but now he could last for 10 breaths of time. He could also neutralize the red light. Wang Lin believed that if he was given a bit more time, he could last even longer. This also meant that if he stepped into the restriction with his entire body, he would not be able to break it, but he would be able to safely survive within the restriction. Furthermore, if he were to leave within 10 breaths of time, even the red light would not be able to stop him. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with excitement. Although the restriction here was the simplest one on this mountain, Wang Lin believed that he had found the right path. If he could persist, then passing the second trial wouldn't be impossible. In the beginning, Wang Lin's goal in studying restrictions was to pass the second trial. Now he had another goal. The more he studied, the more interested he became. Before this, Wang Lin had never thought that if he could master restrictions, he would have such a powerful force. For example, although Wang Lin could safely pass through the restriction, he couldn't set it up himself. The main reason was because he hadn't completely studied it yet. Once he finished studying it and fused it with his body, he would be able to set up a similar restriction. Although it wouldn't be as powerful as this restriction, it would be just as strange. Wang Lin took a deep breath. With a hint of excitement, he immersed himself in studying restrictions. Time slowly passed. 1 month later, Wang Lin suddenly put away the piece of jade and entered the grass. The instant he entered, the weeds in the area began to sway, and strands of red mist began to rise up from all directions. The weeds on the ground began to sway violently, transforming into sharp weapons that shot out and then disappeared into the red mist. At the same time, whistling sounds came from all directions. Sharp weapons flew out like rain and were all aimed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his eyes were calm. He didn't care about the sharp swords flying at him. It was like he was walking in his own garden. As he walked forward, countless swords closed in on him. Wang Lin casually waved his right hand. This movement seemed slow, but for some reason, it landed before the flying swords could reach him. If an outsider was here and saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. This was clearly a technique that could only be mastered by someone who had explored the restrictions to the limit. Wang Lin didn't know anything about this technique. He only knew that his hand was faster than the swords, so he naturally moved faster. With a wave of his right hand, he drew a circle in the air. This simple movement was something that Wang Lin had learned after studying Zen for a long time. Although it was a simple circle, Wang Lin's right hand made thousands of movements in one go, without any pause. Once the circle was formed, the swords flying at him immediately slowed down. They suddenly turned back into strands of wild grass and flew around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. From the moment he stepped into grass, he didn't stop for a single breath. He kept walking forward, and this time was no exception. As he walked, the weeds and leaves scattered, not daring to stop his footsteps at all. Just like this, Wang Lin walked forward. Just as he was about to walk out of the restriction, a few rays of red light suddenly appeared in the red mist. As soon as the rays of red light appeared, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand, faced the sky, and grabbed at it. Suddenly, all of the red light seemed to have been grabbed by an invisible hand. With one grab, it shattered. Although it quickly gathered together again, it fell to the ground and turned into a red leg that extended all the way to the outside of the restriction. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever as he stepped on the leg and walked out of the restriction. After walking out, he wanted to throw his head back and let out a roar. After spending so much time, he had finally completely mastered the restriction. His interest in restrictions had reached an extreme. Turning around, Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He suddenly let out a cold laugh and waved his right hand inside the restriction. Suddenly, the restriction changed, and the direction of the wild grass changed. If one looked closely, they would find that it was even more complicated than before. If someone passes behind me, I need to be careful. Wang Lin murmured to himself. Based on his understanding of the restriction, he had added another layer. In other words, if someone stepped into the restriction again, no matter how they try to break it, they would run into the second restriction. If they were caught off guard, they would most likely die. Of course, if he used the same method as Wang Lin, the difficulty of his research would increase by several times. Wang Lin sneered as he looked around. His body suddenly moved, and he walked toward the next bush. After doing this, all of the restrictions around the mountain were increased in difficulty. After doing all of this, Wang Lin pondered a little. He still felt that he wasn't vicious enough, so he sealed all the gaps between the restrictions. As a result, if anyone wanted to enter the mountain, they would have to walk through the restrictions. After doing all of this, Wang Lin lifted his foot and walked up. At this moment, halfway up the mountain, 6 desired devil lords' eyes flashed as he stared at the thick fog in front of him. This fog had been floating there for 3 days. During these 3 days, the fog hadn't moved at all. No matter how many techniques 6 desired devil lord used, he couldn't make it move. His face was slightly gloomy. Beside him was the young man who had been following him. The young man was standing there with a blank expression, staring at the fog in front of him. 6 desired devil lords' gaze swept past the young man and then turned to look behind him. He revealed a sneer. Along the way, the first trial he entered was the Land of Ice. He was already very familiar with the Land of Ice. Although he didn't have Ancient Emperor's ice wind barrier, he had prepared for this for the past 1,000 years. At that time, he had boasted that he could lead everyone through the second half of the first trial. With his identity, to say such a thing, he must have been very confident. 500 years ago, he had obtained a treasure that allowed him to use a water escape technique. It had the same effect as Wang Qingyue's earth boat. As a result, with his cultivation and understanding of the Land of Ice, he was able to easily lead the young man through. As for the path of no return between the first and second trials, it didn't take him much effort. Although he had almost died the first time he walked on the stone bridge, his 6 desires demonic art had already reached the transformation realm. What he was least afraid of were all kinds of emotional fluctuations and desires, and he had studied them to the extreme. As a result, the road of no return was like child's play to him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect the young man, he wouldn't have wasted any time. Although protecting only one person made the journey a bit slow, the result was the same. What really caught his attention was the second trial. The second trial was called Forbidden Mountain. As the name implied, the entire mountain was filled with restrictions. The higher one went, the more complicated the restrictions were, and the more powerful they were. When the 4 of them came here for the first time, they had to follow closely behind the powerhouses from that time. They had barely managed to pass through, but they had suffered heavy casualties. Most of them had been forced by the powerhouses to test the power of the restriction and were killed in front of them. If it wasn't for the fact that 6 Desire Devil Lord came with his master, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape death. Luckily, his master was the main force in breaking the restrictions. He spent his entire life studying restrictions and formations. Finally, he stopped about 100 feet from the top of the mountain. He couldn't go any further, so he went in the opposite direction and placed another restriction on top of the restrictions. Then he sent a message to a few strong cultivators and ambushed a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. Using the cultivator's flesh and blood spirit vein, he forcefully opened up a path that was 100 feet wide. This path could only exist for 3 breaths of time. In these 3 breaths of time, all the survivors rushed through. In the end, only a small number of people successfully made it to the top of the mountain and entered the third trial. The others all died. Every time 6 Desire Devil Lord thought about this, he couldn't help but feel fear. Now that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of soul formation, he dared to come here again. The success of the first trial and the road of no return gave 6 Desire Devil Lord a lot of confidence. He felt that he was lucky. The key person to pass the third trial was in his hands. Based on 6 Desire Devil Lord's analysis, this person would definitely be able to help him pass the third trial, but the price would be this person's life. However, 6 Desire Devil Lord didn't care about this at all. What he cared about was how to cross the 100 feet from the top of the mountain. Although he had prepared for this 1,000 years, he only had a 50% chance of success. Over the past 1,000 years, he had spent a lot of time and energy studying restrictions. With his extraordinary memory, he had memorized most of the restrictions in the second trial. After 1,000 years, he was confident that not a single restriction could stop him. He had solved them all with ease. However, every time he solved a restriction, he would immediately return to normal. He also added a few more restrictions. His goal was the same as Wang Lin's. However, the higher the restrictions in the mountain, the more complex they became. Even 6 Desire Devil Lord couldn't help but slow down. He often had to study it for a long time before he could take a step forward. For example, the fog in front of the mountain didn't exist, but now it was here. This surprised him. As for Wang Lin, after walking a few dozen feet, the weeds gradually lessened, revealing a black mountain rock. Wang Lin carefully looked at it for a long time, then took out the jade again and began to record. The restrictions on this mountain rock were completely different from the weeds. The weeds followed the direction of the grass and added some mysterious laws to form restrictions. However, this mountain rock was different. Aside from some stone patterns, there was nothing unusual about it. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from it, it would be impossible to tell that there were restrictions here. Wang Lin walked around in a circle and found that all around him were similar restrictions. If he followed the path he took before, he would be able to pass. However, Wang Lin was more interested in studying the restrictions than passing through here. He knew that passing through here was easy, but if he wanted to reach the top of the mountain, he would have to spend a lot of time studying the restrictions. With this thought in mind, Wang Lin began to carefully study the restrictions. There was no sense of time in the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. On this day, Wang Lin stood on top of a protruding boulder and drank a large mouthful of spirit liquid. Over the past 7 years, half of his hair had turned white. He forgot to eat and sleep, not caring about anything else as he studied the restrictions. His mind was constantly calculating. 4 years ago, his hair started to turn white from the roots. However, as he continued to study the restrictions, his divine sense became stronger. Even his cultivation level had unknowingly reached the mid-stage of core formation. He was one step closer to the nascent soul realm. His gaze was even sharper, and his temperament was completely different than before. If the Wang Lin from 7 years ago was like a block of ice that couldn't be melted in 10,000 years, he gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. Now, other than that, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. This feeling came from his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain everything. Occasionally, the sun, moon, and stars would flash by. If Duanmu saw Wang Lin again, he wouldn't be able to believe his eyes. This was clearly the eyes of divine sense that could only be obtained after reaching a certain level of mastery in restriction techniques. Wang Lin's eyes were trained. In the past 7 years, he had experienced countless restrictions. Each restriction required a lot of time and effort to study. There were a few times where he almost died. Some of the restrictions were obviously added by someone else. Luckily, Wang Lin had always been cautious, so he immediately recognized that the restrictions were different from the ones on the mountain. After studying them, Wang Lin understood that the person above him was also an expert in restriction techniques. Looking at the restrictions, it was obvious that the person's mastery in it was much higher than his. However, Wang Lin wasn't afraid at all. He was no longer interested in passing the second test, the restriction mountain. In his eyes, this was the perfect place to learn restriction techniques step by step. A place like this was hard to find. The restrictions here went from simple to complicated, from easy to difficult. It was a rare treasure. Today, it was cloudy and raining. He had been sitting there for too long. When he got up, he almost didn't get up. His body was too weak. Chapter 180. Wang Lin calmed his mind and walked through the mountain. In the past 7 years, every time he broke a restriction, he would make some changes to it and add a few extra layers. As a result, if the restrictions he had walked through before were like mountains of knives and seas of fire with danger at every step, then now that he had walked through it, it could be said that this place was filled with danger. The danger level had increased several times. If someone was unlucky enough to bump into it, even if they didn't die with their powerful cultivation, they would at least lose a layer of skin. In the past 7 years, Wang Lin had changed a lot, especially in the area of restrictions. It had opened his eyes and broadened his horizons. Now he could easily break any restriction he had broken. When he used it often, it was more effective than any spell. Wang Lin was pleasantly surprised and became even more interested in restrictions. After all, if he wanted to pass through this mountain, restrictions were the only way. In the past 7 years, his research on restrictions had gone from simple recording to mental deduction. This kind of deduction was his unique method. He relied on a large amount of deduction to push the restrictions bit by bit from the starting point. Once he encountered something that was not smooth, he would think hard about it. As a result, although his speed was slow, it was steady and steady. What was even rarer was that he started with the simplest and most basic restrictions. In this way, it could be said that he was progressing step by step without any impatience, and it was gradually in line with the mentality of cultivating restrictions. Looking at the entire Suzaku cultivation world, there were many cultivators who knew how to use restrictions, but there were very few who studied them in depth. Wang Lin's current attainments and restrictions were unparalleled among his peers, except for some old fellows. Even he himself was very puzzled about this. It seemed that even with his mediocre talent, he had other uses for restrictions. Just like when he first came into contact with formations, he felt that it was easier to use them than to practice spells. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were shining as he sat cross-legged on a protruding boulder halfway up the mountain. He stared at a cloud not far away that was floating motionlessly. As early as 2 days ago, Wang Lin had been sitting here, staring at the cloud and pondering. Sometimes he would take out a piece of jade, and sometimes he would simply draw on the ground with his hand. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, this cloud was very exquisite. It was like adding the finishing touch. The restriction here was originally located in this valley, so if one wanted to get past it, they would have to rely on their luck to fly. If it was 7 years ago, Wang Lin might need to take out the small beast and experiment with it to figure out the restriction. However, with his current attainments and restrictions, especially his divine sense, he only needed to stare at the sky for a while. Although he couldn't immediately comprehend it, he could determine that one of the effects of the restriction in the sky was to prevent flying. As a result, the cloud restriction became a bit more ingenious. In Wang Lin's view, if there was no cloud, then although the restriction inside wasn't easy to break, it wouldn't be impossible if he studied it for a long time. However, the location where the cloud appeared just happened to be the center of the restriction. As a result, the changes inside the restriction increased a lot. However, despite this, Wang Lin didn't show any change in his emotions. He stared at the cloud, and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, which turned into a blur in front of him and quickly formed a seal. Countless afterimages appeared on his right hand. At a glance, it looked like there were tens of thousands of hands. These afterimages moved and quickly spread out in front of him. In the end, these afterimages formed a circle with the wave of Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's right hand immediately stopped and slammed forward. Suddenly, the circle of afterimages flew out and hit the cloud. After the circle of afterimages entered the cloud, it immediately dissipated and turned into ripples that penetrated the cloud. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground and didn't even look at it. Instead, he closed his eyes and formed a seal with his right hand. Slowly, his brow furrowed. This circle of afterimages was a method that Wang Lin had created after studying restrictions for the past 7 years. After 7 years of continuous improvement, he had become extremely familiar with it. He didn't even need to look with his eyes. Just by using the ripples of his divine sense, he could sense the structure and rules of the restriction. After pondering for a moment, he opened his eyes and waved his right hand in front of him once again. This time, his expression was serious, and his gaze was focused. After the time it took an incense stick to burn, a series of afterimages rapidly appeared in front of him. After the 10th circle of afterimages appeared, Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. He was panting, and his right hand had lost all feeling. Using the last bit of his strength, he slammed his right hand down 10 times. The 10 circles of afterimages immediately landed on the cloud. These afterimages looked simple, but in reality, every time one was formed, Wang Lin's right hand would need to shake it tens of thousands of times in a few breaths of time. Moreover, his shaking was based on the restriction method that he had analyzed for the past 7 years. It could even be said that each circle of afterimages was a restriction. At this time, the 10 circles of afterimages pierced through the cloud and disappeared. Large amounts of ripples spread out and entered the cloud, where they quickly fluctuated. Wang Lin's divine sense locked onto them. His left hand continued to draw on the ground. After a long time, his eyes suddenly opened and a smile appeared on his face. He reached out and picked up all the carvings on the ground. His eyes flashed, and he stood up. After rubbing his right hand, he lowered his head and made some calculations. Then his right hand suddenly moved and shot out a beam of light. It shot into the cloud. As soon as it landed, the cloud trembled and slowly spread out. As it spread, the scene inside was gradually revealed. Wang Lin took a deep breath and took out a jade slip. He carefully recorded down all the restrictions he had just analyzed. During the past 7 years, every time Wang Lin opened a restriction, he would record it on a jade slip. He also left behind his thoughts for future reference. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin put away the jade slip and stared at the cloud. He saw a broken bridge about 100 feet away from where he was. This was the true appearance of the restriction. Just as Wang Lin was about to move forward, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked around, and his gaze landed on a small tree that had grown out of the broken bridge. With Wang Lin's 7 years of experience in breaking restrictions, He could immediately tell that there was something wrong with this small tree. It wasn't that Wang Lin hadn't encountered two types of restrictions that were stacked together. However, there weren't many of them, and the method used was completely different from the restrictions on the mountain. If there really was one, then it must have been added by someone else. He had done this many times in the past 7 years. Now that he looked at it, it was clear that this small tree was added by someone else after breaking the restriction. Wang Lin sneered. When he looked at the small tree's method, he immediately recognized that it was the same type of restriction he had encountered several times before. It was set up by the same person. As early as 4 years ago, he had encountered restrictions set up by this person. After breaking them one by one, he had gained a deep understanding of restrictions. Normally, the restrictions on this mountain wouldn't attack unless they were touched. However, this person's restrictions were different. As long as one entered its range, the restrictions would automatically attack. If the attacks didn't work, the restrictions would self-destruct, causing a large number of restrictions to activate, trapping the person inside the heaven and earth prison. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and stared at the small tree for a long time. Finally, he cautiously sent out 3 illusionary circles that landed on the small tree. The small tree trembled slightly, and the leaves on it quickly fell to the ground. The tree trunk also turned black and began to twist in a strange way. Wang Lin's illusionary circles contained countless restrictions, and their main use was to break restrictions. At this moment, the restrictions on the small tree were broken layer by layer, revealing its true origin. Suddenly, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He slapped his bag of holding, and the black poison sword flew out. At the same time, the tree trunk immediately shot toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the poisonous flying sword flickered and brushed past the tree trunk. Immediately afterward, a black light flashed on the tree trunk, and it was split into 2. When it fell to the ground, it immediately twisted and slowly turned into a brown centipede that had been chopped into 2 halves. The centipede wriggled a few times before turning into a ball of black smoke. As the black smoke surged up, a feeling that would cause panic to spread and people's hearts rose. That feeling came quickly, and it left just as quickly. It disappeared almost in an instant. Wang Lin's expression became serious. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while. This was the first time he had encountered a restriction that used a spirit beast as a restriction. After the spirit beast died, it turned into a cloud of panic. This method was very familiar to him. Although he was sure that this restriction was created by the same person as the previous ones, it was clear that this restriction was rarely used by that person. Although it didn't increase the power of the restriction by much, it was still very strange. If one didn't pay attention and walked over, it would be difficult to escape the centipede's mouth. Wang Lin pondered for a while and then muttered to himself, "Sixth Desire, Devil Lord." He knew why he found it familiar. Back in the tunnel, Sixth Desire Devil Lord used the young man next to him as a target and used a series of strange techniques. Wang Lin remembered this from the bottom of his heart. He remembered that Sixth Desire Devil Lord's first target was Wang Lin. After seeing that Wang Lin was on guard and their gazes met, Sixth Desire Devil Lord changed his mind and targeted the young man next to him. It even extracted some special substances from the young man's body to complete the casting of the magic spell. Looking at it now, it was exactly the same as what he was seeing now, except that the target was the centipede. At this moment, on a rock 5,000 feet from the top of the mountain, Sixth Desire Devil Lord suddenly turned his head and stared at the mountain. His face was very gloomy. The young man was standing to the side. His face was no longer blank, but filled with a deep sluggishness. Who is it? 5 years of continuously breaking the old man's restrictions. Now he even broke the killing move the old man placed in the clouds. Could it be Duanmu? It doesn't look like it. It must be Ancient Emperor. Maybe that old man has been studying restrictions for thousands of years. This person will be my biggest enemy in the third realm. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. His eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism as he looked at the top of the mountain 5,000 feet away. There was a giant whirlpool there. That was the place leading to the third realm. In these 7 years, Six Desired Devil Lord's path was smooth at the beginning, but the higher he went, the more complicated and powerful the restrictions became. There were even a few shocking restrictions. Six Desired Devil Lord was trapped by one of them for a whole 5 years before he was able to escape. He withdrew his gaze and quickly walked forward. At the same time, a person walked out of the whirlpool at the foot of the mountain. This person held a horsetail whisk and wore a tall hat. His face was like a celestial, and his body was filled with the color of Tao. His steps were slow but firm. This person was Ancient Emperor. Even though his expression was the same as usual, his brows were slightly furrowed. In the first trial, he charged into the fire elemental land. There was a sea of fire there, which countered his own spells. It took him 7 years to walk out step by step. There were many monsters in the sea of fire that were killed by him in these 7 years. In fact, if he used all his treasures, he could have walked out of the first realm early. However, Ancient Emperor was very cunning and had a gloomy personality. He would rather waste a lot of time than take the risk. On this point, he was very different from Hunchback Meng. Ancient Emperor was very well prepared this time. Even though he was in the sea of fire and their techniques countered each other, he was still able to walk out step by step. Although he spent a lot of time, most of his treasures were still intact. These were very important for him to pass the next realm. The road of no return didn't take him any time at all. He calmly walked through it. Even if there were illusions behind him, with his gloomy personality, he didn't care. After entering the second stage, the Ancient Emperor heaved a long sigh. His eyes flashed as he stared at the peak of the mountain. A cold smile appeared on his face. For the past 1,000 years, he had been preparing for this day. If he wanted to enter the third trial, then he had to learn the art of restriction. This was something he deeply understood after he luckily escaped from this place last time. If he hadn't relied on his speed to kill the people in front of him within 3 breaths of time, when the tunnel opened, he would have become a pile of dirt by now. He was different from Six Desired Devil Lord, Duanmuji, and Hunchback Meng. 1,000 years ago, he had already reached the mid-stage of soul formation. He was one of the most powerful cultivators and one of the main members of the group that passed the third realm. In his eyes, Six Desired Devil Lord and the others were only juniors. If it wasn't for the fact that he was seriously injured and couldn't kill the 3 of them, how could he have let them live? In the past 1,000 years, he had been recuperating in the Sea of Devils. At the same time, he began to study restrictions in hopes that it would be effective the next time he passed the third realm. In the past 1,000 years, although his cultivation had recovered, it hadn't progressed at all. He carefully analyzed this and suspected that it was because his injuries were too serious and affected his foundation. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some extremely precious treasures, his cultivation would have been stuck for the rest of his life. As a result, his interest in passing the third realm increased to the limit. Only here would he be able to find those precious treasures. If he was lucky, he would be able to enter the body of the ancient god and obtain a soul transformation pill. Then he would be able to become a soul transformation cultivator. All of his efforts would be rewarded many times over. Because of this, he resolutely gave up on cultivation and devoted himself to the study of restrictions. He even changed his appearance and joined several sects that were famous for their restrictions to learn this technique systematically. Today, after 1,000 years, he had a lot of confidence in his research of restrictions. He also prepared a few amazing things. He touched his bag of holding, and the smile on his face became even wider. Without a word, he jumped up and arrived at the foot of the mountain where the first layer of restrictions was located. Back then, he was the one who had broken the first restriction by force. At this moment, he only took a few glances at it before stepping into it. From what he could see, there was no need to waste any effort to break this low-level restriction. The best way was to break it by force. After all, he did the same thing back then. He remembered that after entering, the weeds would turn into sharp swords. As he had expected, the moment he entered, all the weeds on the ground flew up and rushed into the red mist that had suddenly appeared. When they flew back, they had already turned into a rain of swords. Ancient Emperor's face was as calm as ever as he rushed forward. All the swords that came into contact with his body were wrapped in a layer of ice the moment they touched his body. They exploded instantly. The continuous popping sounds didn't stop Ancient Emperor at all. He easily arrived at the edge of the restriction. He remembered that there would be a red light here. Just as he thought about it, the red light around him thickened. Rays of red light suddenly appeared. Ancient Emperor snorted, clenched his right fist, and punched one of the rays of red light. Instantly, the red light dissipated and disappeared. Following this, he continued to throw a few punches at the red glow. In less than 2 breaths' time, all the red glow was shattered and dissipated into thin air. The forbidding aura of this place was easily destroyed by him. Ancient Emperor took a step forward. His eyes were already on the second layer of restrictions that was a few dozen zhang away. Just as he was about to rush a few hundred zhang away, his expression changed. The moment he stepped out of the restriction, a black mist appeared. It was different from the red mist before. There was a faint whistling sound coming from within the black mist. Immediately after, rays of black swords and countless rays of red light rushed towards him. They were too fast. When the whistling sound was heard, the attacks were already upon him. Ancient Emperor's face was gloomy. He shouted and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of spiritual qi. The spiritual qi immediately turned into a wall of ice and blocked in front of him. Most of the attacks immediately landed on the ice wall. Immediately after, he took a few steps back, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched the ice wall. Suddenly, the ice wall shattered and turned into countless pieces of ice that shot out in all directions. At the same time, his left hand formed a seal and shot out countless spiritual techniques. These spiritual techniques automatically caught up to the pieces of ice that shot out in all directions. In an instant, the ice melted and turned into countless clones of Ancient Emperor. Each of them formed a seal with one hand and shot out countless spiritual techniques at the same time. There was a loud bang inside the restriction. It was shaken by this strong attack and completely collapsed. As the black mist dispersed, Ancient Emperor walked out with a gloomy face. He looked around, and his face became even more gloomy. He revealed a murderous look and muttered to himself, 6 desires. You little punk, this restriction was set up by you. His eyes were cold. The sudden appearance of the restriction caught him off guard. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation level was very high, if it was someone else, even if they didn't have to worry about their life, they would still be in a sorry state. The reason why he was so sure that the person who set up the restriction was 6 Desire Devil Lord was because in Ancient Emperor's view, Duan Muji's personality was not suitable to study restrictions. Of course, that didn't rule out the kid named Wang Qingwei. But blindly, Ji Emperor's first suspect was 6 Desire Devil Lord. As for Wang Lin, he had long forgotten about him. With his current attainments and restrictions, he was able to analyze the viciousness of this additional restriction after thinking about it. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. At the same time, he put away his carelessness and secretly decided that even if he encountered a simple restriction, he would definitely carefully analyze it before moving forward. Wang Lin slowly walked up the mountain. Suddenly, he stopped and looked back at the foot of the mountain. He sneered a few times. At that moment, he noticed that the first restriction he set up had been destroyed by someone. However, Wang Lin didn't panic at all. Along the way, he had set up countless restrictions in these 7 years. Even if someone could pass through them, they would have to spend a lot of effort. If they were careless and triggered more than one restriction, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. If they were unlucky, they might trigger an even larger restriction. If that happened, even if they were at the spirit-severing stage, they would still die. Although there weren't many powerful restrictions behind Wang Lin, there were at least 3 or 4. The reason why these restrictions were so powerful was because not only did they contain the restrictions of the mountain, but 6 Desire Devil Lord had also added more. After Wang Lin passed through them, he clenched his teeth and added another layer. In the end, he felt that it wasn't vicious enough. So he went around the mountain and connected several restrictions together. If one of them was triggered, then what awaited the person was a catastrophe. Wang Lin sneered. He didn't care about the people behind him and continued to move forward. The higher he went, the slower Wang Lin moved. He had to spend a lot of mental energy to deduce the changes of each restriction. He had to study all the details of each restriction before he dared to break it. The restriction technique he created could at most create 10 illusionary circles. If he created one more, not only would his body be unable to keep up, even his divine sense wouldn't be able to keep up. If it was anyone else, they would only be able to create 3 to 5 illusionary circles. The reason why Wang Lin was able to create 10 illusionary circles was because of his G-realm divine sense. The G-realm was unscrupulous. In these 7 years, this effect had reached a limit. It was only with the support of the G-realm that Wang Lin was able to leap forward and reach the point where he could draw 10 illusionary circles. There were more than 100 jade slips that recorded restrictions. These were the proof of Wang Lin's restriction technique growing bit by bit. They were his treasures. Wang Lin's willpower was extremely strong. Sometimes, in order to break a restriction, he had to put in a lot of effort and research day and night in order to find a breakthrough point. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. At this time, Wang Lin's hair had turned completely white. His eyes were even sharper, as if they could see through people's hearts. In fact, Wang Lin had never thought that one day he would be able to stay on top of a mountain for 10 years. These 10 years had passed in a flash for him. Every day was spent studying restrictions. At this time, he was less than 600 feet away from the top of the mountain. However, from 300 feet up, the top of the mountain was covered in a thick layer of white fog, so he couldn't see what was inside. In these 3 years, Wang Lin didn't have much spiritual liquid left. He could only be careful and try not to waste any extra spiritual energy to ensure that he had enough spiritual liquid. After all, studying restrictions was a very mentally exhausting matter. When his mental energy was exhausted, the spiritual energy in his body would fluctuate and gradually deplete along with his mental energy. Right now, his hair was tied up, and he was sitting cross-legged on top of a cliff. There were many restrictions around him. These restrictions were all casually placed by him to hide his figure. The higher he went, the more danger Wang Lin felt. He didn't know if the person in front of him had passed the second trial. If they hadn't, then that person must be up ahead. Any one of the restrictions here was very powerful. Even a spirit-severing cultivator wouldn't be able to escape death if they were to pass the second trial. As a result, it was inconvenient for Wang Lin to spread out his divine sense, so he could only analyze it himself. As for the person behind him, in these 3 years, Wang Lin could clearly feel the other party's progress. In the beginning, he would feel a restriction being broken every few days. Now, it would take months for the other party to break a restriction. This was because the restrictions on the mountain had become stronger, but it was also because of Wang Lin's growth. Compared to the restrictions he placed 10 years ago, the difference was like heaven and earth. Wang Lin slowly let out a breath, and his eyes lit up. He knew that, just like how he could feel others breaking his restrictions, the person in front of him could also sense his arrival. Perhaps there was some danger waiting for him up ahead. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin sneered. He waved his right hand and placed a few more restrictions around him. He had been sitting here for almost a year. During this year, he had been observing the area above and below him every day. At the same time, he had to place restrictions around him. Wang Lin was in no hurry. He didn't want to walk into the other party's trap. Since he had already come this far, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Wang Lin was waiting. He was waiting for the person behind him to catch up and let him pass first. The person behind him must also be at the soul formation stage. That was why Wang Lin had stopped for a year to place restrictions. The purpose of these restrictions was not to attack, but to hide one's aura. After a year of preparation, Wang Lin was confident that even if the other party came, as long as he didn't move and stayed within these restrictions, it would be difficult for the other party to discover his existence. One day, after a few months, Wang Lin moved. The restriction he had placed 100 zhang away was broken. His lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at something hundreds of meters behind him without saying a word. The ancient emperor's anger hadn't dissipated since 3 years ago. Not only did it not dissipate, but it became more and more intense. In these 3 years, he had to go through a lot of trouble every time he encountered a restriction. Not only did he have to break the restrictions on the mountain, but he also had to be careful of restrictions that were added by others. Moreover, what annoyed him the most was that as soon as one restriction was broken, it would suddenly cause a series of restrictions to be activated. If it wasn't for his powerful cultivation and his experience from 1,000 years ago, he would have almost lost his life many times. Along the way, he was cursing in his heart. Even with his gloomy personality, he couldn't help but curse out loud at times. In his opinion, the person who added the restriction was extremely despicable. Sometimes it looked like nothing, but if you looked closely, you would find the existence of a restriction. But after you broke it, you would find that the restriction you just broke was actually the switch to open the next restriction. If you didn't break it, then even if you walked on it, there would be no danger. But if you broke it, well, what awaited you was a dead knot. You broke one restriction after another, and the cycle continued. Step by step, even if you knew there was danger ahead, you would still have to brace yourself and break through it. In the end, you would escape from death. If you gave up halfway, unless you gave up on climbing the mountain, you could only continue to break the restrictions. Every time this happened, his hatred wouldn't stop. He wanted the other party to immediately appear in front of him and tear him apart. There were also times when there were strong spiritual power ripples. When he focused for a long time, he couldn't tell what kind of restriction it was. He spent a lot of energy, and in the end, he had no choice but to activate the restrictions and use his treasures to test it. But he was shocked to find that there were no restrictions at all. It was clear that the other party had left some spiritual power behind to confuse him. This already made him extremely angry, but what made him even angrier was that there were some places that, at first glance, didn't look strange. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that there were faint fluctuations of spiritual energy that would be impossible to discover if one didn't pay full attention to them. But when you spent a lot of energy and still couldn't see through it, you would suddenly realize that this place was fake. Over the past 3 years, the ancient emperor had been in a sorry state. If he did not care, there would be some real restrictions along the way. If he were to accidentally trigger them, he would be met with a series of restrictions that would be activated at the same time. Originally, he had spent a lot of time on the first stage. He had saved up a lot of treasures, but in these 3 years, he had used more than half of them. Almost all of these magic treasures were used to deal with the triggering of the restrictions. The feeling of heartache was imprinted in his heart at all times. More than once, he regretted wasting so much time in the first trial. Otherwise, if he could have come out earlier and entered the second trial earlier, he would have been ahead of that person. Then, he wouldn't have felt so bitter. 2 years ago, after he saw 3 different restrictions, he had already ruled out 6 desired Devil Lord as the person who placed the restrictions. At the very least, 6 desired Devil Lord was only the 7th. He was sure that there were 2 restriction experts above him. Originally, the one he feared the most was 6 desired Devil Lord. But now, he had given that to this mysterious person. Along the way, every time he broke a restriction, he became a little more fearful of this person. In the first restriction, he could only see that this person's restriction was a little strange, but it wasn't agile enough. There were a lot of details that weren't covered. But after that, this person's restriction had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only was it agile, but it was also unimaginably strange, out of his expectations. At the beginning, it wasn't difficult for Ancient Emperor to break restrictions. In fact, it was a bit simple. However, the more he went, the more difficult it became. The more time he wasted, the more mental energy he had to spend. The importance of this person in the Ancient Emperor's heart was naturally growing. At the very least, in terms of seals, the Ancient Emperor had already regarded him as his opponent. Although these seals were still a little rudimentary and not as profound as his 1,000 years of research, in terms of strangeness, the Ancient Emperor had to admit that he was inferior. What shocked him even more was that he could see that this person had just started learning restrictions. Although he could see this, he still couldn't believe it. The most important thing was that this person's restrictions went from being messy at the beginning to forming its own unique system. This system could only be described with two words: fast and strange. It was very fast, making it difficult for people to react in time. The method of attack and triggering were strange and unimaginable. It was like a stroke of genius, making it impossible for people to predict it. In his heart, he had already placed this person on a very high level, but now he had raised it even higher. At this moment, he had just broken a very troublesome restriction. He walked out with a gloomy face. As far as his eyes could see, he was about 700 meters away from the top of the mountain. Normally, he would only need to teleport to reach it, but now, let alone teleport, he didn't even dare to use ordinary flight. He clearly remembered that 1,000 years ago, there was an early divine transformation cultivator who relied on his unique magic treasure to teleport away from the top of the mountain. However, just as his body disappeared, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky. This lightning landed somewhere and forcefully interrupted his teleportation spell, revealing his figure. The magic treasure that this person was so proud of was like a toy in the hands of Heisey. It was instantly destroyed by the purple lightning, along with his body and even his nascent soul that had fused with his body. This scene shocked everyone present. Compared to the restriction in the sky, the restriction on the mountain peak on the ground was easier to break. The might of the restriction could not be compared at all. Thus, all of them obediently walked up the mountain peak. Ancient Emperor walked for nearly a month to cover the distance of 100 zhang. Gradually, he and Wang Lin were getting closer and closer. In this month, Wang Lin saw a divine transformation cultivator break a restriction at such a close distance for the first time. He suddenly understood something. On this day, Ancient Emperor stood 10 zhang away from Wang Lin. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he stared at the place where Wang Lin was hiding. There was a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 181. His body did not move, and he looked carefully. He could not help but curse in a low voice. There must be another chain of restrictions here. This person is really evil. He waved his right hand and suddenly threw out 4 small white flags. These flags immediately spun and landed around him. Then his eyes turned gloomy. He pointed with both hands, and the flags around him immediately became bigger. They moved without any wind, turned into bursts of white light, and flew towards where Wang Lin was. These white lights circled around for a while, and then suddenly moved. They all gathered at one point and pointed towards a certain mountain rock. Wang Lin was in the midst of many restrictions. His expression was normal, and his eyes were calm. There was no trace of panic. He had a certain degree of confidence in his understanding of restrictions over the past 10 years. If it was a hastily laid restriction, he might not be able to hide it from the other party. However, he had spent a year to complete the restriction here. Wang Lin was still confident about this. Therefore, when he saw the other party using a unique method to test him, Wang Lin only sneered and did not move. Especially when the other party was attacking a flaw that Wang Lin had deliberately exposed. If the other party could not see it, then it would be a waste of time for Wang Lin. The white lights released by the 4 small flags gathered together, and their speed increased. In the blink of an eye, they landed on one of the restrictions that Wang Lin had set up. It was a seemingly ordinary mountain rock. At this time, under the erosion of the white light, it slowly faded and finally disappeared completely, revealing a small path that people could walk on. Ancient Emperor's eyes flashed, and he stared at the small path. After a moment of silence, he did not walk on it. Instead, he waved his right hand and retrieved the white light. Then he carefully observed again. Based on Ancient Emperor's years of experience in breaking restrictions on this mountain, this restriction definitely hid an extremely sinister killing move. If he was not careful, it was likely that he would trigger some large-scale restrictions. Moreover, this place was already very close to the top of the mountain. The inherent restrictions of the mountain made him a little tired to deal with. If he hadn't systematically learned restriction techniques in the past 1,000 years, it would have been even more difficult for him to deal with them. Therefore, Ancient Emperor was very careful. He sat cross-legged on the ground and controlled the white glow with both hands. He slowly nibbled away at the seal from the outside, breaking it bit by bit. Wang Lin smirked. In fact, he was less than 10 zhang away from the ancient emperor, but the ancient emperor could not see him. Even if his spiritual senses swept out, it would be difficult to penetrate the restrictions. After all, besides Wang Lin himself, no one knew how many restrictions he had laid. With Wang Lin's cautious personality, there would definitely be a lot of restrictions here. Almost all the restrictions that he had learned in the past 10 years were placed here. A month later, Ancient Emperor stood on the small path that he had opened a month ago. His face was very ugly. He had thought that the restrictions here would be very complicated, and that they had been laid by the sinister person. However, after a month of careful study, he was shocked to find that the restrictions here were extremely simple. This strong contrast made him very frustrated. Fortunately, he had encountered similar situations many times along the way. After taking a few deep breaths, he looked up at the peak. He secretly decided that if he could see this mysterious person, he would definitely have a good chat with him. His hatred for this person had reached a point where it would be unforgettable. However, secretly, Ancient Emperor was still very cautious. He was always holding his breath. This mysterious person was best at shifting between illusion and reality. Often, what looked real would be discovered to be fake. However, in reality, when you were most careless, you would be shocked to discover that it was not fake, but real. As such, GD's attention was completely focused on his surroundings as he slowly walked forward. Following his small footsteps, he walked forward. However, he had not gone more than 5 zhang when the rocks around him started to move. Stone spikes appeared at lightning speed. Seeing these stone spikes, Ancient Emperor was not surprised, but instead heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his right hand in front of him, and a blue halo appeared around him. When the stone spikes landed on it, they were strangely corroded by the blue light and turned blue. Looking at this short path, there were blue stone spikes everywhere, crisscrossing each other. It was a majestic sight. Immediately after, a strange gust of wind blew, and all the stone spikes shattered from their roots. They fell to the ground, forming a thick layer of blue stone ice shards. GD lifted his feet and walked forward. He walked all the way to the end of the path and was about to walk out of the restrictions. Wang Lin was inside, his eyes flashing. In his right hand, there was a shadow circle. All he had to do was throw it out, and he would be able to completely activate the attacks of the restrictions around him. Although the chances of killing the other party were not high, it was still possible to injure the Ancient Emperor. After some thought, Wang Lin released his right hand, dispelling the shadow circle. He watched as the Ancient Emperor walked out of his restrictions. He had not made a move because he did not want to break the balance. If the Ancient Emperor was injured, Wang Lin would replace him and find a place to heal. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not continue forward. This was clearly not the best outcome that Wang Lin wanted. However, Wang Lin still made a move. He waved his right hand, and the shadow circle in his hand turned into a ring that spread out in all directions. Countless afterimages quickly melted into the restrictions. In that instant, the huge restrictions that Wang Lin had set up were activated. Even with GD's mastery of restrictions, after walking more than half the distance in the path, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The restrictions here were layer upon layer and contained endless variations. The number of restrictions was enough to make one's scalp go numb. His expression changed, and without a word, he rushed forward. At the same time, the restrictions were activated. A ray of 7-colored light suddenly appeared from the surrounding mountain walls and flew towards the Ancient Emperor at an extremely fast speed. The Ancient Emperor's expression changed. He knew that this 7-colored light had no offensive power, but it was the light of restrictions. As long as you were touched by it, you would immediately be transported to the place designated by the person who set up the restrictions. The Ancient Emperor waved his right hand, and 4 white flags immediately floated in front of him. He looked at the flags with a pained expression, and without a word, he spat out a mouthful of spiritual chi. Suddenly, the 4 flags spun rapidly, and a pitch-black passage suddenly appeared in the middle of the 4 flags. At this time, the light of the restrictions had already arrived. The Ancient Emperor leaped into the passage, and when he reappeared, he was already 10 zhang away. After exiting the restrictions, his speed suddenly increased, and he leaped forward a few zhang. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was gloomy. He turned back to look at the restrictions that had already returned to normal. After a moment of silence, he turned and walked forward, the 4 flags spinning around him. Wang Lin's eyes were fixed on the 4 flags, and his eyes were shining. The reason why he launched an attack was precisely because this group of old fellows were all sinister and cunning. If he allowed them to pass peacefully, they might instead become suspicious, and at that time, an unforeseen event would definitely occur. As a result, it was better to attack and let the ancient emperor use his own strength to break the restrictions. This way, they wouldn't be suspicious. After all, this mountain was filled with restrictions, and breaking them was a must. However, Wang Lin didn't expect the 4 small flags to be so powerful. They were able to create a path through the restriction and allow him to leave safely. These small flags were obviously Ancient Emperor's trump card in his attempt to break through the restriction. Wang Lin pondered a little, and then continued to sit quietly. His eyes were looking at the giant whirlpool at the top of the mountain a few hundred feet away. 6th Desire Devil Lord was standing 100 feet away from the top of the mountain. His face was very gloomy. If it wasn't for saving the young man next to him, he would have come here 2 years ago. Even he didn't dare to casually trigger the restrictions here. The last time he tried to break the restriction, it triggered a restriction light. 6th Desire Devil Lord's biggest headache was this kind of thing. Once he was teleported to another restriction, it would be extremely dangerous. Seeing that he couldn't dodge it, he had no choice but to switch places with the young man next to him. Only then was he able to escape. 6th Desire Devil Lord wasn't worried about the young man's life or death. He had spent a lot of effort on the young man. After the young man was teleported away by the restriction light, he immediately chased after him and spent a lot of effort to get the young man back. At this moment, the young man was standing next to him with his eyes closed, and there was no sign of life. In truth, the moment the restriction light teleported him out, he was already killed. However, he strangely maintained his movement and followed closely behind 6th Desire Devil Lord. Just at this moment, 6th Desire Devil Lord suddenly turned around and sneered at his heart. He could feel that the restrictions behind him had been broken by someone again. This person had broken countless restrictions on the way here and was already considered a big enemy by 6th Desire Devil Lord. 6th Desire Devil Lord licked his lips and thought, "It must be the G Emperor. Unfortunately, there are too many restrictions here, or else it would be a good opportunity to get rid of him. However, the old man has placed several powerful restrictions within these few hundred feet. I want to see how you're going to break them." He looked at the young man next to him and sneered. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the whirlpool 1,000 feet away. With his understanding of restrictions, he was unable to break the last 1,000 feet. Even his master had stopped here in the past. This time, 6th Desire Devil Lord was confident he could break it. So how could he not be prepared? He looked at the young man next to him and revealed a proud smile. He thought, the old man spent 100 years to create this trump card. It will definitely help me enter G Emperor's body. He sat down cross-legged and waved his right hand. The young man immediately sat down as well. 6th Desire Devil Lord formed a few seals with both hands and created a whirlpool around the two of them. As for Ancient Emperor, the restrictions he encountered on the way down became even more complicated. The danger increased several times. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the spirit severing stage, he would have been killed. Even so, he had to use up a lot of treasures to slowly walk out. Some of the restrictions were no longer simple to break, but required powerful spells to pass. Ancient Emperor's face became even more gloomy. When G Emperor walked out of another restriction, he was less than 200 feet away from the top of the mountain. The moment he walked out of the restriction, his eyes narrowed. The restriction in front of him didn't block his vision, so he could clearly see 6th Desire Devil Lord's gloomy face 100 feet away. Behind him was a whirlpool. It was dark inside, and he didn't know where it led to. There was a person sitting in the middle of the whirlpool. It was a young man that had been following 6th Desire Devil Lord. 6th Desire Devil Lord stared at GD. He didn't expect GD to come up so quickly. In just one more incense stick of time, the whirlpool tunnel would be complete. Although it would only be open for 3 breaths of time, it was enough for him. But at this moment, Emperor had come up earlier than he expected, so he had to change his plan a bit. The moment he saw the whirlpool, Ancient Emperor's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this whirlpool. It was something that 6 Desired Devil Lord's teacher, Sky Devil Magician, had set up. It was a restriction that could travel 100 feet. 6 Desired Devil Lord. Emperor's eyes were calm as he suppressed the hatred in his heart. Compared to 6 Desired Devil Lord, he wanted to find that mysterious person more. Emperor's gaze fell on the young man. He suddenly frowned and thought, could that mysterious person be him? But this person has no signs of life. 6 Desired Devil Lord's mouth twitched as he calmly said, I didn't expect Brother Ancient Emperor to reach this place. Congratulations. Ancient Emperor put on a fake smile. He suppressed his anger and gloomily said, it was all thanks to you and this little brother that I was able to reach this place. 6 Desired Devil Lord was startled. He looked at the young man, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, what does Brother Ancient mean? Emperor's face was gloomy. He looked at the restriction between them and didn't say anything. 6 Desired Devil Lord sneered in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He smiled and said, Brother G, there are only the 2 of us here. Our cultivation levels are the same, and there are many restrictions here. Once we fight, we will trigger a large number of restrictions. I apologize for what happened before, but Brother Ancient Emperor should understand. After all, I am a demonic cultivator, so I'm a bit more extreme. Ancient Emperor pondered a bit and coldly said, you break this restriction first and let the old man pass. 6 Desired Devil Lord looked at the 4 flags spinning around Ancient Emperor. His eyes lit up and he pondered for a bit. At this moment, Emperor casually looked at the whirlpool and sneered. It looks like the whirlpool restriction is not completely open yet. If the old man goes all out and activates the surrounding restrictions, I wonder if he will make the passage disappear forever. 6 Desired Devil Lord's expression remained the same. He smiled and nodded. He waved his right hand, and the restriction immediately split in half. This restriction had already been broken by 6 Desired Devil Lord, so he could easily break it again. Ancient Emperor didn't say anything and walked forward. However, his eyes were fixed on 6 Desired Devil Lord. After 6 Desired Devil Lord was more than halfway through the restriction, Ancient Emperor's body suddenly flickered. The 4 flags around him quickly rotated and quickly formed a passage. Emperor's body flashed and entered the passage. The moment Ancient Emperor moved, 6 Desired Devil Lord put his hands together and the restriction immediately closed and opened. However, he didn't expect Ancient Emperor's flags to be so powerful. The moment the restriction was opened, Ancient Emperor had already walked out of the passage and crossed a distance of 10 feet. The moment he appeared, he didn't hesitate and spat out a ray of light. His target wasn't 6 Desired Devil Lord, but the young man in the whirlpool. This time, Emperor didn't hesitate to expose his magic treasures just to kill this person. It could be seen that his hatred for this person was monstrous. 6 Desired Devil Lord's expression changed. His hands formed a seal, and he shouted, Stomach Desire! Suddenly, a yellow gas came out of the young man's orifices and formed a flying sword. It collided with Ancient Emperor's spirit light. A ripple of spirit energy immediately spread out, and a few restrictions in the surroundings were activated. Waves of pressure came from within the restrictions, and the Emperor revealed a look of hatred. He did not have time to continue attacking and immediately leapt toward the restriction, doing his best to stop it from activating. 6 Desired Devil Lord did the same. After a while, the restrictions that were activated by the spirit force slowly calmed down. His face was pale as he stared at Ancient Emperor and said, If you want to die, then directly break into the restriction. Ancient Emperor's face was also gloomy. He pointed at the young man and said, I, Emperor, swear on the power of heaven and earth that if you leave this person to me, we will stop fighting before we enter the 3rd realm. Sixth Desire Devil Lord frowned and thought. Could he have seen through me? However, on the surface, his face was gloomy and he said, "He is a dead person. How did he offend you?" G Emperor revealed a ferocious expression and laughed. Dead person? Even if he is a dead person, the old man will tear his body apart. Even if he has to use his magic power, he will go against the heavens to summon his soul and refine it. Offend? The old man's hatred towards him can't be described with just offend. Sixth Desire Devil Lord was startled. He looked at the young man beside him and frowned. Brother Ancient, this must be a misunderstanding. Ancient Emperor sneered and said, Misunderstanding? This old man has encountered two types of restrictions along the way. Aside from you, who else could the other restriction be if it wasn't the work of this person? Also, I've encountered countless restrictions like this, and I've broken them all the way here. I've been able to determine the cultivation level of the person who released them. He can't be above the nascent soul stage. Tell me, aside from him, who else can't be above the nascent soul stage? Don't tell the old man that it was the kid named Wang Lin. You and I both saw him sink into the void with the giant dragon. Even if he didn't die, do you think a mere core formation cultivator like him can pass the first trial, the road of no return, and walk ahead of me in the second trial? Ancient Emperor spoke out the speculation he had in his heart for the past few years. In the past few years, he had analyzed the identity of this mysterious person countless times. In the end, he locked on a young man beside Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Only he fit the criteria. After Sixth Desire Devil Lord heard this, his expression changed. If what Ancient Emperor said was true, then there were not just 3 of them, but 4. If this was true, then there would be a lot of changes. Also, since this person didn't come up, he must be hiding somewhere. The reason why he allowed Ancient Emperor to come up was self-evident. Thinking about this, he secretly cursed Ancient Emperor for his stupidity. Without a word, he rushed toward the whirlpool. Ancient Emperor let out a snort. He waved his right hand and shot out a ray of light to stop Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's heart was filled with hatred, but now was not the time to fight. His eyes flashed as he looked behind Ancient Emperor. He suddenly sent a message to Ancient Emperor. Ancient Emperor's expression changed. He asked, "Are you sure?" Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't speak. He quickly cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. He waved his right hand, and the drop of blood emitted a demonic flame. The demonic flame floated in front of Ancient Emperor. Ancient Emperor pondered a little and also threw out a drop of blood. When the two collided, they turned into 2 symbols and flew back into their hands. This was the highest level oath in the Sea of Devils. It was called the Heart Demon Oath. Ancient Emperor's face was gloomy. He said, "Could it really be him? Impossible." Sixth Desire Devil Lord's face was also gloomy. He sneered, "It doesn't matter if it's possible or not. You and I should leave this place as soon as possible." Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He ignored Ancient Emperor and jumped toward the whirlpool. He grabbed the young man and was about to enter. Too late. A cold voice could be heard coming from all directions. Following this, countless illusionary circles appeared within 300 zhang of the mountain. Wherever they passed, all the forbidding auras were triggered, resulting in a destructive force descending upon the place. Wang Lin was on the boulder 500 feet away, but he had accumulated countless illusionary circles in the past year. Normally, these illusionary circles were stored within the restrictions he made. Now that they were all released, most of the restrictions within 200 feet of him were triggered. It could even be said that every restriction that Wang Lin made was actually an illusionary circle. As a result, under the large amount of fluctuations, Ancient Emperor and Sixth Desire Devil Lord were forced into a passive position. Sixth Desire Devil Lord originally schemed against others, but in the end, he was still schemed against by others. As for Ancient Emperor, because he had misled them from the beginning and had excluded Wang Lin from his heart, it was inevitable that there would be a misunderstanding. At this moment, he immediately reacted. His eyes were filled with deep hatred that wouldn't dissipate. Within a 3-kilometer radius around the mountain peak, a large number of restrictions were activated. Instantly, streaks of restriction light, thick wind blades and fireballs, sharp swords of the five elements that even deity transformation stage cultivators would have a headache dealing with, and multicolored spots of light that flickered with destructive auras rapidly appeared from all directions. The activation of these large amounts of restrictions immediately triggered the restrictions in the sky. Suddenly, a black cloud slowly descended from the sky. Inside the cloud, there were flashes of purple light and occasional flashes of lightning. In addition, there was a ring of black light that suddenly appeared 300 feet above the mountain. It quickly pushed upwards. Along the way, everything that blocked the black light, including the restrictions on the mountain, disappeared. This scene caused Wang Lin to be dumbfounded. He didn't think that such a strange thing would happen after activating all the restrictions. That black light was especially powerful as it passed by. After the restrictions on the top of the mountain were activated, their mission was to destroy everything within 300 feet. According to Wang Lin's analysis, Six Desire Devil Lord and Ancient Emperor were separated by layers of restrictions. If they really gave up on going up and came down to find trouble with him, then there were still nearly 100 illusionary circles around him. Then he still had nearly 100 illusionary circles around him, enough to trigger all the restrictions within 10,000 feet of the mountain. At that time, he could just leave and wait for the restrictions to calm down before coming back up. But now it seemed that all of this preparation was completely unnecessary. If Six Desire Devil Lord and Ancient Emperor weren't crazy, they wouldn't choose to retreat. After all, the black light that was rapidly pushing upwards was too terrifying. According to Wang Lin's plan, whether or not Six Desire Devil Lord and Ancient Emperor could pass through or not, it had nothing to do with him. The reason he let Ancient Emperor go first, aside from the fact that the restrictions ahead were too powerful and he wasn't confident he could pass through, was to see how powerful the restrictions within 500 feet were so he could break them in the future. Now that his goal had been achieved, Wang Lin's gaze was attracted by the ring of black light. This ring of black light wasn't within his calculations, so he couldn't help but carefully examine it. What is this thing? Six Desire Devil Lord only took one look at the ring of black light and felt his scalp go numb. Without a word, he grabbed the young man. The moment his body touched the whirlpool was affected by the surrounding restrictions and quickly collapsed. He stared dumbfoundedly at the collapsing whirlpool with a fierce expression. He suddenly turned around and stared coldly at where Wang Lin was. That place was covered by a layer of fog, so he couldn't see what was going on. He knew that time was of the essence, so he quickly took out 5 stones from his bag of holding. The moment the stones appeared, they turned into 5 layers of light that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he charged up to the top of the mountain. As for Ancient Emperor, he also looked at the ring of black light with fear. He took out 4 more flags. Adding to the 4 flags from before, there was a total of 8 flags that rotated around his body. Bursts of white light flashed as the attacks from the restrictions were released. At the same time, his thoughts were the same as Six Desire Devil Lords. He wanted to charge forward instead of retreating. The two of them charged up to the top of the mountain at almost the same time. Six Desire Devil Lord's speed was very fast. The 5 layers of light around him blocked most of the attacks, but some still managed to penetrate. He was forced to retreat a few dozen feet. It was the same for the Ancient Emperor. It was just that each time the 8 flags around him defended against an attack, his face would turn grimmer. At this moment, the black light behind them was closing in at a constant speed. The dark clouds in the sky were getting closer and closer. Lightning flashed inside the clouds, and a purple ball of lightning the size of a head slowly appeared from the dark clouds. It flashed with lightning and suddenly descended. An earth-shattering sound came from the sky. Shortly after, the purple ball of lightning descended on Six Desire Devil Lord. The 5 layers of light around him were unable to stop it at all and immediately shattered one by one. Six Desire Devil Lord's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a roar as he grabbed the young man with his right hand and raised him up. The ball of lightning immediately landed on the young man's body. At this moment, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. There was no light in his eyes. He opened his mouth and swallowed the ball of lightning. Shortly after, a series of rumbling sounds came from the young man's body, and his skin began to crack. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's face revealed a look of ecstasy. He didn't expect this thing to be able to resist the purple lightning. Without a word, he charged forward again. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He stared at the young man's body in horror. Looking at Sixth Desire Devil Lord's appearance, it was clear that he was afraid of the lightning, but the young man's body was able to resist it without being destroyed. Wang Lin's heart sank. He looked at the black light again. He clenched his teeth and shot out more than 10 illusionary circles at the black light to analyze it. Ancient Emperor looked at the young man and was secretly shocked. He knew that Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't lie to him. This person really was that thing. A look of greed flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he was less than 500 feet from the top of the mountain. He took a deep breath and pointed at the 8 flags a few times. Suddenly, the 8 flags spun even faster and a dark tunnel suddenly appeared before him. He took a step forward and disappeared from the tunnel. When he reappeared, he was already at the top of the mountain. He let out a laugh and was about to enter the exit of the second trial when Sixth Desire Devil Lord also charged forward. But how could the restrictions within 100 feet be so simple? The reason the two of them were able to jump over them was not only because of their high cultivation levels, but also because of the things in their hands. These 2 items had great origins and were their trump cards for clearing the trial. Not to mention the young man's body. Just the 8 flags in G Emperor's hand were treasures from a rank 5 cultivation country famous for their restrictions. With 8 flags, they could form countless restrictions with thousands of variations. If it wasn't for the fact that Ancient Emperor didn't know many combinations, he wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. However, in terms of speed, among Wang Lin, Sixth Desire, and the G Emperor, this person was the fastest. This in itself explained the problem. Unfortunately, Ancient Emperor had spent a lot of effort to get his hands on this item. If they had this item 1,000 years ago, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. However, even though that was the case, the restriction within 100 zhang was not child's play. The instant the two of them were about to enter the whirlpool, all the attacks were focused on them. The dark clouds in the sky even sent down several bolts of purple lightning. Even the speed of the black light suddenly increased, and it quickly retracted upwards. Wang Lin suddenly stood up. His eyes lit up. His original plan was not to enter the 300 feet range, but this was a rare opportunity. If he gave up now, he would be very unwilling in the future. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he waved his hand, and dozens of illusionary circles flew out and surrounded him. However, shortly after, Wang Lin stopped. His eyes lit up as he stared ahead, and then he slowly dispersed the illusionary circles. Wang Lin forced himself to stop. He knew that if he was hit by a single bolt of lightning, his body and soul would be destroyed. He couldn't take the risk. Also, Sixth Desire Devil Lord and G Emperor were both at the spirit-severing stage. Although this was a precious opportunity, the two of them hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him. It would be difficult for him to escape death. And most importantly, if the black light didn't disperse, he didn't have the confidence to break through. Wang Lin's heart gradually calmed down. He looked at the two of them and decided that he would not go forward. He had to be cautious, and even more cautious. The moment Sixth Desire Devil Lord charged into the whirlpool, more than 10 bolts of lightning descended. Although he used the corpse in his hand to block them, he was still hit by the lightning. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his cultivation dropped by 1 realm. One of the corpse's arms was broken by the lightning and sent flying. However, Sixth Desire Devil Lord still coughed out blood. He clenched his teeth and jumped into the whirlpool, disappearing. As for the severed arm, it directly fell into the black light. However, it strangely flickered with a golden light and emitted bursts of green smoke. It quickly passed through and landed outside of the black light. However, the flesh and blood on it had already disappeared. Only the slightly golden, speckled bones were left. The bones were also extremely broken. It was obvious that the black light had a certain degree of damage to it. At the same time, the GD was also bombarded by more than 10 bolts of lightning. His 8 flags immediately scattered. In the end, he sacrificed 4 flags before he rushed out of the lightning and entered the whirlpool. However, a purple lightning ball followed closely behind him. The instant he entered the whirlpool, it landed on his body. Wang Lin stared at the broken arm that flew out. His eyes became cold. He slapped the bag of holding on his waist that contained living creatures. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds came from the bag, and small creatures flew out one by one, forming a 3-foot-tall tornado. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, and the tornado rushed out of the fog. It followed the black light closely and didn't encounter any resistance before arriving at the top of the mountain. It grabbed the arm of the corpse in 6 desired Devil Lord's hand and quickly retreated. However, before it could fly far, it was struck by a bolt of purple lightning. The entire hurricane immediately collapsed and dissipated, leaving only the broken bone that fell to the ground. From a moment 6 desired Devil Lord and Ancient Emperor rushed to the top of the mountain to the moment they entered the whirlpool. All of this happened in a very short period of time. It was unimaginably fast. After the 2 of them entered the whirlpool, the surroundings immediately calmed down. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, leaving only the black light. After it condensed at the top of the mountain, it quickly spread down. Wherever it went, all the restrictions returned to normal. However, from the fluctuations of the spiritual energy, it was clearly weaker than before. Without 1,000 years of recovery, it would be difficult for it to regain its previous power. Wang Lin stared at the arm. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand the black light a second time. He clenched his teeth and saw the dark clouds in the sky dissipate. He quickly rushed out like lightning and grabbed the arm before the black light could reach him. His body didn't stop, and he quickly retreated. The ring of black light continued to spread until it reached the 3,000-foot mark before suddenly disappearing. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes lit up. He carefully observed the restrictions within the 3,000-foot mark and immediately noticed that there was something different about them. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin returned to the rock he was on. He sat down cross-legged and took out the arm bone. When he saw the golden spots on the arm bone, he immediately thought of the golden finger bone that appeared on the forehead of the Beast King in the first trial. After looking at it for a while, he pinched it with his right hand. After being attacked by the lightning and black light, the bone had become extremely fragile. Now that Wang Lin pinched it, cracks immediately appeared and it slowly fell off. Finally, only 8 rice grain-sized golden particles were left. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Wang Lin looked at it for a while and began to ponder. Chapter 182. This thing looked like gold but wasn't gold, like bone but wasn't bone. Wang Lin picked one up with 2 fingers, and his divine sense entered it. However, the moment his divine sense touched the golden grain, there was a strong resistance from within. This sudden force immediately pushed Wang Lin's divine sense away, preventing it from entering. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and used force to pinch the golden grain. The golden grain was not as hard as he had imagined, and it immediately flattened. However, no matter how much force he used, the golden grain only became flattened and did not shatter. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately kneaded the few golden grains together to form a golden bean the size of a fingernail. He pondered for a bit and looked at the golden bean. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that its color was the same as the finger bone on the Beast King's forehead. If it was the same material, then this golden bean must be the bone of some creature. Could it be the bone of God Ji? A bold idea entered Wang Lin's mind. He stared at the golden bean and his heart pounded. However, Wang Lin quickly gave up on this idea. According to what Duanmu and the others had said, this God Ji's body was huge, so its bones must not be small either. If that was the case, even its finger bone would be huge. Compared to the one on the Beast King's forehead, its size would be completely different. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin put away the golden bean. He patted his clothes and stood up. Looking at the restrictions in front of him, his body suddenly moved and he leapt forward. He had already observed all the restrictions within 500 feet to 300 feet, adding on the fact that the G Emperor had scouted the way before. Although he was still as cautious as before, he was much more relaxed than before. However, at the 300 feet mark, Wang Lin stopped. He cautiously moved forward bit by bit. He didn't want to trigger the restrictions and end up being struck by lightning. Wang Lin was not in a rush. He let time pass. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. It took him 3 years to cross the 1-kilometer distance. During these 3 years, his forbidding techniques had improved by leaps and bounds. 3 years later, when Wang Lin stood at the top of the mountain, he knew that if it wasn't for the fact that the explosion of the restrictions caused the spells to still be there, they wouldn't have been able to be activated even if they were activated. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to reach the top of the mountain. Even so, when he was within 50 feet of the vortex, the dark clouds in the sky still appeared. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at them, and then walked toward the vortex. Wang Lin's speed was very slow. He walked step by step without any pause. 3 years ago, when Wang Lin saw the dark clouds, he wondered what the restrictions in the sky were triggered by. He clearly remembered that when he controlled the tornado to fly to the top of the mountain, he didn't encounter any snowballs. However, when the tornado picked up his severed arm and flew back, it was struck by lightning. After studying it for a while, and with Wang Lin's illusionary circle probing, he finally understood the principle behind triggering the restrictions in the sky. It was speed. Once one's speed exceeded a certain level or suddenly increased or decreased, it would trigger the restrictions in the sky. Furthermore, the closer one got to the top of the mountain, the more sensitive the restrictions became. In other words, if one suddenly increased their speed at the foot of the mountain, they might not trigger the restrictions in the sky. However, if they were halfway up the mountain, they might trigger the restrictions in the sky. If they were at the top of the mountain, they would definitely trigger the restrictions in the sky. After coming to this conclusion, when the dark clouds appeared, Wang Lin's gaze was calm and his footsteps were unhurried. He neither increased his speed nor decreased his speed. He maintained a calm pace as he crossed the shocking 50 feet mark and entered the vortex. This second trial took Wang Lin and San years of time. Although it was a long time compared to Wang Lin's harvest, it wasn't worth mentioning. He used San years to go from simple to complex, from easy to hard, to learn restriction techniques bit by bit. Then, he mastered them and reached a certain realm. For Wang Lin, this kind of opportunity was something that he wouldn't give up no matter how much time he had. In his opinion, the purpose of this second trial wasn't to stop intruders, but to allow people to learn restriction techniques systematically. Otherwise, as long as there were restrictions at the foot of the mountain, no one would be able to climb up. Wang Lin was very puzzled about this, but no one could answer his doubts. At this moment, the moment Wang Lin entered the vortex, something happened. The purple lightning that came out of the vortex gathered together to form a giant ball of lightning. This ball of lightning was different from the restriction in the sky. Its color was darker, and the energy it contained was stronger. The moment the purple ball of lightning appeared, Wang Lin suddenly discovered that the entire restriction mountain suddenly trembled. From the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, all of the restrictive spells in the mountain turned into dots of light that floated up from mountain. Each dot of light was a restrictive spell, and the countless dots of light gradually rose higher and higher. Soon, the spots of light floated into the air. What was strange was that the restrictions in the sky weren't triggered. When the spots of light reached a certain point, they suddenly gathered together at a very fast speed, forming a giant ball of light. As the spots of light merged with the ball of light, the ball of light grew larger and larger until it reached the same height as the purple ball of lightning. At this moment, all the spots of light had disappeared. The mountain was now bare without any restrictions. Wang Lin stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The moment the purple ball of lightning appeared, his body was locked down by a boundless force, and he couldn't move at all. At this moment, the ball of lightning and the ball of light slowly gathered in two different directions. The moment they collided, a giant illusory figure suddenly appeared above the two balls of light. This illusory figure was extremely huge. It It was as if its head could reach the sky and its feet were standing on the ground. At this moment, the two balls of light slowly rose from its feet and finally stopped at its eyes. From afar, the two balls of light looked like the eyes of the giant. At this moment, although the giant's body was already illusory, it gave people the feeling that it was alive. The fourth great comprehender of the Forbidden Mountain. My name is 2C. According to the ancient agreement made before my main body went into hibernation, you have fulfilled the requirements of the Forbidden Mountain. I will grant you the title of Great Comprehender and grant you the jade slip to make the restriction flag. If you can enter the sea of consciousness of my main body, you will be granted a portion of the memories of my main body as a Great Comprehender. A voice that would cause one's heart to tremble came from the giant's body. Shortly after, a piece of jade covered in purple lightning came out of the giant's body and floated toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. From the giant's tone, it was clearly the clone of the ancient god. Its name was 2C. This was clearly the ancient god 2C. This god G was indeed powerful. Just a clone was enough to make Wang Lin feel suffocated. If 2C's main body appeared, then it would be beyond Wang Lin's imagination. At this moment, the jade slip floated in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he grabbed it in his hand. Immediately, an electric current spread out from the jade slip and covered his entire body before returning to the jade slip. The moment Wang Lin touched the jade slip, a few more things appeared in his mind. He clearly knew that this electric current had no offensive power and was only used to recognize him as its master. At the same time, after he understood the description of the restriction flag in his mind, his heart started to beat wildly. However, at the same time, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. This restriction flag didn't explain its practical use and didn't have any specific requirements for the materials it was made of. It seemed like anything in the world could be used as a material. However, there was one material that was absolutely necessary, and that was the ink stone. Within the information in his mind, there was a description of the ink stone. This kind of stone was not produced on any planet. It was produced in space. To an ancient god, this stone was very easy to obtain. All they needed to do was travel through space to find it. At the same time, there was a map in the information. It indicated that within the ancient god's sea of knowledge, there were several ink stones. Every person who comprehended the ink stone would obtain one from that place. After obtaining the ink stone, one had to start making the restriction flag. The method of making it was very simple, but also very complicated. One had to carve 999,999 restrictions on it. That way, one could make a restriction flag. Although the information didn't mention the use of the restriction flag, how could a treasure given by an ancient god be weak? Not to mention the unimaginable process of making it and the precious materials used to make it. If someone said that the power of this treasure wasn't enough, Wang Lin wouldn't believe it no matter what. Obviously, obtaining the jade and the identity of the person who comprehended the restriction flag was the biggest reward of this trial. If Six Desired, Devil Lord, Ancient Emperor, and the others knew about this, they wouldn't try to rush through this trial. Instead, they would choose to comprehend it step by step and obtain the title of person who comprehended the restriction flag. Above me, there are 3 people who also obtained the identity of person who comprehended the restriction flag. Wang Lin muttered to himself. His heart suddenly moved. After comprehending everything in the second trial, one could obtain the identity of person who comprehended the restriction flag and obtain the jade. Did that mean that in the first trial, if one completed a certain requirement, one could also obtain a treasure? After pondering for a while, Wang Lin remembered the words he saw on the stone tablet on the road of no return. The mysterious person had casually said that he had subdued the first king. Perhaps this was the requirement to obtain the treasure in the first trial. Thinking about this, Wang Lin couldn't help but bitterly smile. He didn't have the ability to do this. At this moment, the giant's body trembled and slowly dissipated. The 2 balls of light also scattered. Soon, the balls of light scattered into specks of light that fell back onto the mountain. At that moment, each of the specks of light turned into a restriction. Slowly, the restriction mountain returned to normal. As for the purple ball of lightning, it floated back to the whirlpool at the top of the mountain. Shortly after, a suction force came from the whirlpool and pulled Wang Lin's body into it. When Wang Lin reappeared from the whirlpool, he was in a fairyland-like place. There was fragrant grass everywhere, and waves of dense spiritual energy rushed toward him. Not far away, there was a round lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a 3-story pagoda that emitted bursts of 7-colored light. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he spread out his divine sense. After a long time, he cautiously walked forward. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding, and the black poison sword flew out and circled around him. He knew that 6 Desired Devil Lord and G Emperor hated him to the bone. Although they had passed the second trial 3 years ago, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be waiting for him here. Wang Lin knew that if he had suffered a loss like this, he would definitely wait here. No matter what, he would wait for the person who made him suffer a loss so that he could kill him. Along the way, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. His divine sense, which could see through restrictions, began to carefully scan the area. However, after a careful search, Wang Lin didn't find anything strange. He pondered for a while and then looked at the pagoda. There were no restrictions on the pagoda. He quickly flew forward and stopped at the edge of the lake. He slapped his bag of holding, and the devil Su Ligua immediately flew out. During this period of time, he had been holding back. When he appeared, his face immediately revealed an excited expression. However, when he saw Wang Lin, his expression immediately froze and revealed a look of disbelief. In his eyes, the fiend's hair had turned completely white, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart. Su Ligua only took one look, and his heart immediately jumped. He secretly complained, "How did this fiend become so strong? If this continues, when will I be able to escape his clutches? Even if I risk my life, there is no hope." Previously, only when Wang Lin used his G-Realm divine sense would Su Ligua have this feeling. But now, even though Wang Lin hadn't used his G-Realm divine sense, he already felt fear. From this, it could be seen that Sure San Wang Lin's understanding of restrictions had reached the treasure light realm. Wang Lin pointed at the lake. The devil Su Ligua was about to bargain, but when he saw Wang Lin's eyes, his heart skipped a beat, and he obediently flew toward the lake. However, his heart was filled with anger, and he began to curse. "I will remember this. Just you wait. When I devour more souls and recruit more powerful subordinates, I will increase my cultivation a little more. At that time, I will definitely fight you to the death." The devil Su Ligua cursed in his heart and immediately felt much better. After venting his anger, he immediately dived into the lake and explored. Wang Lin used the divine sense he left in Su Ligua's body and felt as if his body was in the lake. Finally, he found that there was no abnormality in the lake. Then he leaped out and flew toward the pagoda in the lake. At this time, Su Ligua flew out from the lake and cursed in his heart. However, his body couldn't help but follow. In front of the pagoda, Wang Lin let Su Ligua clear the way. After confirming that the pagoda was safe, he walked in. The pagoda was divided into 3 levels. The first level had 9 boxes, and there was nothing in them. When Wang Lin saw this, he suddenly understood. This place was clearly the reward for those who passed the first 2 levels. However, after countless years, the inheritors had taken away all the rewards, so there were empty boxes. After going up to the second level, Wang Lin was even more certain of his guess. There were 4 boxes on the second level. They were located in the north, south, east, and west directions, and all of them were empty. On the third level, Wang Lin saw the whirlpool to leave this place. Aside from the whirlpool, there was only 1 box, and it was also empty. Wang Lin wasn't disappointed at all. He pondered a bit and suddenly remembered the message left by the same person in the first level and the road of no return. Although he didn't see the message left by that person in the second level, Wang Lin had a feeling that this person was one of the 3 people before him. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin began to search through the 3 levels of the pagoda. In the end, he saw the same line of words next to an empty box on the 2nd level. After entering this pagoda, only this box caught my eye. I am a bit disappointed in the land of the ancient god. These words were extremely arrogant. After Wang Lin finished reading them, his eyes lit up. He pondered a bit, then got up and walked to the 3rd level. On the 3rd level, he didn't immediately enter the 3rd trial through the whirlpool. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and cultivated for a bit. When his spiritual energy reached its peak, he organized the treasures in his bag of holding, then took a deep breath. He summoned the devil Su Ligua and pointed at the whirlpool. Su Ligua's face was bitter. He cursed in his heart, but his body immediately entered the whirlpool. However, the moment he touched the whirlpool, he let out a miserable scream. His body emitted green smoke, and he quickly retreated with a look of fear on his face. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He summoned a small beast and threw it into the whirlpool. This time, the small beast entered without any resistance. However, the moment the small beast entered, Wang Lin's connection with it was immediately cut off. Wang Lin's face became gloomy. He pondered for a bit. This whirlpool must be the 3rd trial that caused 6 desired devil lord and the others to stop and flee in panic. According to what Duanmu said before, the 3rd trial required one to use their divine sense to attack with a famous death curse art. He didn't explain it in detail, but Wang Lin was able to understand a bit of it. After testing it out, the devil that had never failed before couldn't enter. Just the whirlpool alone was enough to damage the devil's origin soul. In addition, any living creature that entered would immediately disappear and the connection would be cut off. From the looks of it, the 3rd trial must be extremely dangerous. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. His eyes lit up. He stood outside the whirlpool and slowly reached his right hand into it. A cold feeling immediately came from his hand. He didn't encounter any danger like the devil Su Ligua had encountered. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and without a word, he jumped in. The moment he walked out of the whirlpool, Wang Lin was immediately stunned. His sea of consciousness was suddenly filled with monstrous waves. The red lightning jumped out. For the first time, it wasn't under Wang Lin's control. It flashed in his eyes. Wang Lin involuntarily said, This is the Nirvana world. In front of him was a boundless land of nothingness. From time to time, there would be a few strangely shaped rocks that slowly floated past. At the same time, waves of divine sense were faintly emitted from this place. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. If the 1st trial was due to luck and the 2nd trial was due to perseverance, then in the 3rd trial, Wang Lin could say with certainty that he would be able to pass the 3rd trial without any effort. He slapped his bag of holding, and the devil Su Ligua and the 2nd devil immediately appeared. The 2 devils stared blankly at their surroundings. Gradually, they seemed to understand something. The dullness in their eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. The 2 devils immediately felt as if they were fish in water. They felt extremely comfortable. After releasing the 2 devils, Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. His right hand suddenly moved and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a scream came from the void. Then, a strand of smoke suddenly appeared and turned into an illusory creature with 2 horns on its head. It was a wandering soul. It had originally been hiding in the void, wanting to secretly pounce on Wang Lin. However, it had never imagined that Wang Lin would pull out of the void. The wandering soul immediately revealed a look of panic. Wang Lin didn't even look at it. His G-realm divine sense leaped out and turned into a big mouth. In an instant, a fragrant aroma entered his mouth. Wang Lin closed his eyes. It had been a long time since he had tasted the taste of a wandering soul. It was a wonderful feeling. He could clearly feel that his divine sense had increased by quite a bit. Wandering souls really are great supplements for improving divine sense. For the sake of these wandering souls, this trial was worth it. Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly as he floated forward. The scene of him devouring the wandering soul had deeply frightened Su Ligua and the 2nd devil. Of the 2 devils, Su Ligua usually devoured people, so he didn't think there was anything scary about it. Although he had seen Wang Lin devour the souls that had been stained with his saliva, he had at most felt that his food had been stolen by someone else. However, the moment the wandering soul was pulled out, Su Ligua immediately sensed that the wandering soul was very similar to himself. He even felt as if he had seen his ancestor. It was a very familiar feeling. When he saw Wang Lin pull it out, he had thought that it was a fiend who was about to take in a new underling. He had wanted to go up and say hello. Unfortunately, this feeling of familiarity immediately turned into fear when he saw his ancestor being eaten alive by Wang Lin. Only now did he realize that the fiend he had been planning to fight could not only eat souls, but could also devour himself. As a result, Su Ligua was afraid, especially the scream of the wandering soul before it was devoured, and the intoxicated expression on Wang Lin's face. It almost caused his primordial spirit to become unstable and his soul to scatter. Thinking back to how he had haggled with the fiend, his body trembled with fear. He felt that he had really been asking a tiger for its skin. The fiend had used his divine sense to punish him. In the past, he had thought that this was the most powerful method the fiend could use. But now, compared to being eaten alive, it was really insignificant. Su Ligua immediately decided not to provoke the fiend in the future. Otherwise, if he accidentally angered the fiend, he was afraid that he would be eaten alive in one breath. He was guaranteed to die completely, without even a speck of dust left. As for the second devil, although its original form was that of a beast, after becoming a devil with a trace of the wandering soul's characteristics, its intelligence had increased significantly. At this moment, it was also afraid and uneasy. Its intuition was much stronger than Su Ligua's. When Wang Lin entered this place and revealed his divine sense to devour the wandering soul, it suddenly had a feeling that he was like a king in this place. Chapter 183. The third trial was not the real Nirvana world, but a spatial rift connected to the Nirvana world. It was just that the inside of the rift was larger. Wang Lin slowly walked forward in the third trial. Wherever he went, he would point at the air with his hands. Every time he pointed, a wandering soul would appear and be devoured. It had been a long time since he had this feeling of devouring. If he thought about it carefully, it had been dozens of years since he left the foreign battleground. Even so, when he returned from the foreign battleground, the majesty of the laws of the world was still vivid in his mind. The devil Su Ligua and the second devil followed behind him. They were like cicadas in winter, not daring to breathe loudly. They watched as their ancestors, who were countless times more powerful than them, fell into his mouth without any resistance. They felt like they were in his shoes. Although Wang Lin's powerful divine sense had been compressed into a strand of G-realm divine sense, he was still a fragrant soul. As a result, he was the master of wandering souls. As Wang Lin walked, he spread out his divine sense. Since this was the Nirvana world, there would naturally be other soul devourers besides wandering souls. Wang Lin wasn't sure if fragrant souls could devour each other. He only knew that soul devourers would not attack each other unless absolutely necessary. Instead, they would use a symbiotic method to solve all problems. After flying for a long time, Wang Lin had devoured a lot of wandering souls, but he still didn't see any soul devourers come in contact him. He thought for a moment, and his eyes flashed. He suddenly stopped and stretched out his hands. Immediately, a few floating rocks gathered around him. Soon, the rocks collided with each other, forming a large stone mountain. Wang Lin jumped up and stood on top of the stone mountain. He waved his right hand, and a blue ice flame immediately appeared in his palm. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he pressed his right hand on the stone mountain. Immediately, the ice flame moved and merged with the stone mountain. The originally scattered stone mountain, with a large number of cracks, was immediately surrounded by blue crystal light. Waves of cold air rippled in all directions. Soon, all the cracks on the stone mountain were blocked by blue ice crystals, and they were firmly glued together. Wang Lin retracted his right hand, and the blue ice flame immediately returned to his body. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his divine sense eye flickered continuously. His right hand quickly moved in front of him, and a circle of afterimages immediately appeared. He patted it with his right hand, and the circle of afterimages immediately imprinted itself on the stone mountain. The instant the illusionary circles merged with the stone mountain flashed with a dazzling light, but quickly dimmed. Wang Lin calmed his qi and focused his mind. His right hand moved again, and one illusionary circle after another appeared before him and merged with the stone mountain. Very soon, the stone mountain had completely turned into a small mountain of restrictions. Wang Lin muttered to himself for a bit. Then he took a step forward, and his body slowly merged with the stone mountain. Finally, his figure completely disappeared. He sat cross-legged inside the stone mountain, and his right hand once again drew an illusionary circle, and he pressed it against the stone mountain's inner wall. The entire mountain trembled, and then began to shrink rapidly until it was the same size as the other rocks in the area. Only then did it stop. Looking at it closely, there was nothing special about it. It looked exactly the same as the other rocks that floated around it. Wang Lin's body was inside the stone mountain, and after leaving a trace of his G-realm divine sense in his body, his G-realm divine sense suddenly flew out and formed an illusory body outside of the stone mountain. The body formed by Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense moved forward and silently disappeared. After his G-realm divine sense left his body, it was no longer restricted by his body, and it spread out in all directions. A layer of ripples quickly spread out from Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense. The surrounding wandering souls all revealed respectful and fearful expressions. Shortly after, the wandering souls seemed to have received an order and immediately disappeared, flying in all directions. As Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense spread out, more and more wandering souls sensed Wang Lin's existence. They revealed expressions of submission and flew in all directions. Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense left his body and immediately transformed back into a fragrant soul. His speed was extremely fast, and wherever he went, all the wandering souls would be extremely respectful to him. Gradually, Wang Lin sensed a powerful G-realm divine sense in the distance. This G-realm divine sense was clearly a fragrant soul, but it was currently in a very strange state, as if it was sleeping. The moment he sensed it, the powerful G-realm divine sense didn't react at all. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and ignored the soul devourer. Instead, he continued to spread out his G-realm divine sense, controlling even more wandering souls to serve him. At this moment, somewhere in the third trial, Duanmuji stood on top of a huge stone mountain with a bitter expression. Beside him was the cold-faced Wang Qingyue. Duanmuji and Wang Qingyue walked through the tunnel in the void, and the two of them entered the first trial, the metal element land. Using Wang Qingyue's 5-element escape technique, the two of them passed through the first trial and passed through the restriction mountain. Speaking of the restrictive mountain, Duanmuji had obviously shocked everyone who knew him. 1,000 years ago, he obtained a magic treasure from the Treasure Pagoda Pavilion. This magic treasure was a cracked jade slip. According to his analysis, this jade slip only had one use left. Later, after much research, he found out that the use of this item was to break all restrictions. As a result, Duanmuji's originally dead heart to enter the G-realm divine sense was revived. He knew that his cultivation base was lower than that of the others, and that he had relied on luck and caution to survive. He was a person who knew his own limits and had originally planned to never return to this place again. However, after learning about the use of the jade slip, he couldn't help but feel his heart thump. Even so, he was still very cautious and hesitated. After all, he didn't think he could pass the first trial unless he learned the 5-element escape technique. Duanmuji pondered for a long time before giving up on the idea of learning the 5-element escape technique. If he did, he would waste a lot of time here, and even if he learned it, he might not be able to pass the first trial. After all, The first trial not only required him to master the five-element escape technique, but there was also a large number of creatures attacking. The scene he had experienced in the glacial lands all those years ago was still vivid in his mind. So Duanmu found his good friend, Wang Qingyue, and asked him to go with him. Wang Qingyue was proficient in the five elements escape technique. After hearing Duanmuji say that the first trial of the mysterious place required the five elements escape technique, he decided to give it a try. After all, if what Duanmuji said was true, then it would be quite a temptation for him. Furthermore, in order to convince him, Duanmuji even took out a jade scroll. After Wang Qingyue saw the jade scroll, he immediately recognized that it was an ancient artifact that had disappeared from this world. The doubt in his heart also disappeared. However, he was cautious and didn't immediately agree. He said that he would make a decision on the day the trial opened. Duanmuji didn't mind. He made up his mind that if Wang Qingyue didn't go, he would sell the jade to 6 desired devil lord in exchange for some treasures. However, he still had to prepare what he needed to prepare. If Wang Qingyue went, then the first and second trials wouldn't be a problem. Only the third trial would be the key. After all, thousands of years ago, they were defeated here. They relied on the inheritance to open up a passage to escape. If there were only 1 or 2 strange creatures in the third trial, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if there were 8 or 10 of them, he wouldn't be worried if he was careful. Even if there were 80 or 100 of them, with his cultivation, he could safely pass. However, if there were more of them, then even if he was at the soul formation stage, he wouldn't be able to do anything. These creatures were very strange. They could ignore most techniques, and only the true fire in his body could make them retreat a bit. However, if there were too many of them, then he wouldn't be able to take care of them all. If they pounced on him, then his spiritual energy would be devoured. If there were too many of them, then the only result would be death. As a result, he spent a lot of time looking for treasures that could resist and attack the divine sense. Unfortunately, these treasures were too rare. Although he found a few, he still wasn't confident he could pass the third trial. It wasn't until he heard someone in Nando City that someone knew how to use the death curse technique that he suddenly had an idea. He had heard of the death curse technique before. It was a vicious technique that specialized in attacking the divine sense. At that time, his heart skipped a beat. If he had the help of this person and his own treasures, then he might really be able to pass the third trial. That was why he began to chase and search. After catching Wang Lin, they arrived at the land of the ancient god. Originally, everything was calm. As long as everyone worked together, the first 3 trials wouldn't be a problem. Especially after 6 desired devil lord prepared a candidate for the third trial. Duanmuji was certain that as long as they didn't fight amongst themselves, entering the land of the ancient god was only a matter of time. After all, even though the land of the ancient god had 4 stages, the inheritance item that they had obtained clearly stated that the 4th stage was actually a teleportation formation and the destination was the ancient god's corpse. This transfer array would send everyone to a different location of the ancient god's corpse based on the amount of time they took to pass the first 3 trials. The shorter the time, the better the location. It was even possible to directly teleport them to the ancient god's meridian. Once they entered the meridian, not only would there be spirit beads condensed from dried orbs, but there would also be the residue of many pills. According to the inheritance item, there were soul transformation pills among these residue. To the ancient god, they were residue, but to them, they were real soul transformation pills. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by the giant dragon in the tunnel. Everyone scattered, especially when Wang Lin rushed into the mouth of the dragon and the red dragon appeared. This series of events caught Duanmuji off guard. In this crisis, he could only give up on searching for Wang Lin and quickly leave with Wang Qingyue. In fact, he was the fastest person to pass the first and second trials and successfully enter the third trial. However, in the third trial, his face was filled with bitterness. Without Wang Lin's death spell, he could only rely on the magic treasures he had collected over the past 1,000 years. Although it was enough to temporarily protect his life, if he wanted to enter the depths of the trial and find the entrance to the 4th trial, it would be impossible. As a result, although he and Wang Qingwei were the first people to enter the third trial, they were blocked outside and unable to enter. Sixth Desire Devil Lord was also in the third trial. He was flying around, looking for the exit to the fourth trial. Along the way, whenever he encountered a wandering soul, he would immediately wave the body of the young man in his hand. Every time he waved his hand, a dark blue light would flash from the young man's body. Then, all the wandering souls would give up on Sixth Desire Devil Lord without hesitation and rush toward the young man. However, after entering the body, the wandering souls would immediately disappear without a trace. From the outside, it was impossible to see any changes to the body. Along the way, Sixth Desire Devil Lord relied on this method to avoid any danger. At most, he encountered thousands of wandering souls at the same time. However, as long as the body in his hand flashed with a dark blue light, all the wandering souls would immediately rush toward him. He looked at the corpse in his hand, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Even though he had been tricked by that junior in the second trial and was struck by lightning during the trial, causing his cultivation to permanently drop to soul formation early stage. With the help of this magic treasure he had prepared for countless years, he would definitely be able to enter the fourth trial. Thinking about this, he felt a surge of heat in his heart, and his eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. Compared to entering the body of the ancient god and obtaining a soul transformation pill, a drop in cultivation wasn't that big of a deal. Once he obtained the soul transformation pill, he would be able to become a soul transformation expert. At that time, let alone the Sea of Devils, as long as he didn't provoke the country of Rosefinch, he would be able to do as he pleased. Thinking about this, he sped up and began to search around. The inheritance of the land of the ancient god was in his hand. In fact, this item was originally obtained by his master, which was why he asked several people to help him explore the land of the ancient god. His master died in the third trial. Before he died, he gave this inheritance to Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Originally, his master wanted to use this to open a passage and escape. Unfortunately, at the most crucial moment, he was targeted by a creature that was clearly different from the creatures here and died. Sixth Desire Devil Lord witnessed the death of his master. In his terror, he took the inheritance and quickly escaped through the passage. At this moment, there was another person in the third trial. This person was Ancient Emperor. He was sitting cross-legged on a rock with 4 small flags spinning around him. Above his head was a palm-sized pagoda that emitted bursts of harmonious light. In the void outside the light of the pagoda, the figures of wandering souls could be seen. If one were to look closely, they would see countless wandering souls looming in and out of existence. All of them were staring greedily at the ancient emperor in the pagoda. However, none of the wandering souls were willing to enter the range of the pagoda's light. Ancient Emperor's face was bitter. When he left the second trial, he was chased down by a bolt of purple lightning. He risked his life treasure to survive, but his cultivation level dropped to the late stage of nascent soul. After entering the third trial, he didn't dare to go too deep. He only sat on a rock outside and cultivated, hoping to recover his cultivation level to the spirit-severing stage. Otherwise, with his nascent soul cultivation level, he would have been able to protect himself in the first and second trials. But this extremely dangerous third trial would be impossible for him to survive. However, what made him bitter was that the third trial's transfer whirlpool was completely motionless. It was a random transfer. Ancient Emperor's luck was bad. After he was transferred, he was trapped in the middle of the third trial. If he hadn't taken out the pagoda the moment he appeared, he would have been surrounded by countless wandering souls. At this moment, he had no other choice but to maintain the light of the pagoda. He was completely trapped here. Thinking back to everything that happened along the way, G Emperor's face was filled with hatred. He believed that all of this was caused by that mysterious person. His hatred for that person was monstrous. However, he still had some doubts about the mysterious person's identity. According to his analysis, aside from the kid named Wang Lin, it shouldn't be anyone else. However, he didn't believe that he would be reduced to this state by a core formation junior. As for Wang Lin, his divine sense spread out and gradually scanned the entire third trial. Aside from him, there was only one soul devourer. As for the number of wandering souls, there weren't as many as in the foreign battleground. It was just that this place wasn't too big, so there were more wandering souls. In addition, Wang Lin also found the entrance to the fourth trial. The entrance wasn't in the center of this place, but rather to the northwest. Around the entrance, there were the most wandering souls, almost a quarter of them. At the same time, the wandering souls that were subdued by his pressure used a special method to send him a message. They followed Wang Lin's instructions and found 6 desired Devil Lord and Ancient Emperor. What surprised Wang Lin the most was that the wandering souls had also found Duanmu Ji and Wang Qingwei. Wang Lin pondered a little. Then his divine sense moved toward Ancient Emperor's location. According to the message sent by the wandering souls, Ancient Emperor was the one with the lowest cultivation level. He was also trapped here and couldn't leave. Not long after, under the guidance of the wandering souls, Wang Lin's divine sense appeared outside the pagoda's light. He looked at Ancient Emperor, who had a bitter expression, and silently pondered. As Wang Lin devoured the wandering souls here, his divine sense gradually grew. Although it wasn't at its original level, its quality was far superior. After all, his divine sense wasn't ordinary. It was the G-realm divine sense. As soon as he arrived, Ancient Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at a place in front of him. It was a dark void, but he could clearly feel that there was a divine sense that was clearly different from the other strange creatures. The moment this divine sense appeared, the surrounding strange divine sense creatures immediately scattered. Occasionally, they would reveal a respectful and fearful expression. Seeing this, Ancient Emperor's heart skipped a beat. He immediately swallowed a pill to ensure that he had enough spirit energy to maintain the pagoda's light. Wang Lin looked at Ancient Emperor inside the pagoda's light. His divine sense spread out, and 10 wandering souls flew out. Although their faces were filled with fear, they still rushed toward the pagoda's light. The moment they entered the pagoda's light, a strong resistance appeared. The 10 wandering souls couldn't even enter 5 feet before their bodies gave off green smoke, and they had to retreat. But the pagoda's light was slightly dimmer. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out again. This time, all the wandering souls in the surroundings, more than 10,000 in number, gathered in all directions and stared at the pagoda's light. Jidi's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed in his heart. He formed a seal with both hands and shot several rays of spiritual light at the pagoda. Every time he shot a ray, his face became weaker. After the last ray of spiritual light, his face was ashen and his cultivation level dropped to mid-stage of nascent soul. At this time, all the wandering souls in the surroundings began to attack. The pagoda's light flickered a few times, and all the wandering souls that rushed into it immediately gave off green smoke. They couldn't go any further. At most, they could only go 10 feet in, but they were still quite a distance away from Ancient Emperor. The Ancient Emperor smiled bitterly. He had already done his best. There were too many wandering souls, and he couldn't fight them. Even his seniors had been devoured by them, let alone him. Especially now that his cultivation had been greatly damaged, it wouldn't be long before he ran out of spiritual power. He wouldn't be able to sustain the pagoda's light, and the spiritual consciousness creatures would pounce on him. From start to finish, Wang Lin didn't take the initiative to go forward. He knew the difference between them. If they were outside, the Ancient Emperor would probably only need a finger to destroy him. But here, he was a soul devourer and could control the wandering souls. As such, the relationship between them was reversed. Of course, if he went forward directly, he wouldn't be a match for Ancient Emperor. Even though he was a fragrant soul, he was still too weak. But fragrant soul's specialty was to devour wandering souls, and wandering soul's specialty was to devour all life in the spiritual realm. Even if the Ancient Emperor's cultivation was high, if there were too many wandering souls, he wouldn't be able to resist. It has to be said that if even one wandering soul appeared in the spiritual realm, it could cause a catastrophe. Of course, it had to be a complete wandering soul, which was not something that a devil like Su Ligua could compare to. The third trial of the land of the ancient god was a death trial. Very few people were able to pass it. The land of the ancient god had existed for countless years, and this wasn't the first time Six Desired Devil Lord's teacher had tried. However, like all the other people before him, he was stopped at the third trial. The wandering souls in the Nirvana realm weren't easy to destroy, and there were many of them. Even if they were exhausted, as long as the fragrant soul was still there, they could be revived. It could be said that this was a cycle, a dead end. The reason why Wang Lin was able to be like a fish in water here was all because of the special encounter he had in the foreign battleground spatial crack. If he didn't have his body destroyed by Teng Huayuan, if Situ Nin wasn't willing to sacrifice his nascent soul to keep his soul from being destroyed, if he didn't enter the foreign battleground spatial crack, if he didn't wake up and devour wandering souls to strengthen himself, eventually becoming a fragrant soul. If one of these things went wrong, then even if Wang Lin was in the third trial, he wouldn't be able to have the status he had now. The wandering souls that everyone's expression changed were food in Wang Lin's eyes. Similarly, without this food, Wang Lin was just a slightly smart core formation junior in the eyes of Ancient Emperor and the others. Any one of them could easily destroy him if they didn't have all these restrictions. However, things in this world were often unexpected. Ants, under special circumstances, could also kill an elephant. Although straw was light, it could still crush a camel. All of this couldn't be described with the word reasonable. It could only be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. It was just like how Hunchback Meng, who had died in the first trial, suddenly appeared in the vortex of the third trial. It was also like how someone as powerful as the ancient god 2C died. None of this could be described with the word reasonable. From the third trial onward, the land of the ancient god became confusing and strange. Chapter 184. The third trial of the land of the ancient god was connected to the realm of Nirvana. In the southwest corner, a speck of white light suddenly appeared. This speck of white light quickly grew until it looked like a hole had been torn open. An irregular, oval crack gradually appeared. From the crack, a pair of hands with long nails and bone spikes suddenly stretched out. The nails were slightly black and gave off a cold glow. They looked extremely sharp. As for the hands, they were covered in pustules, and each pustules had a thin bone spike sticking out. After the pair of hands reached out, they grabbed at the edges of the crack and tore it apart. Immediately, a tearing sound could be heard, and the crack, which was already quite big, suddenly grew larger. It became a huge crack that was more than 100 feet tall. Bursts of intersecting red and black gas came out of the crack. Shortly after, a giant figure walked out of the crack. This figure had a bulge on his back, making him look like a hunchback. He was more than 100 feet tall, and his body was covered in pustules like his hands. Some of them had already ruptured and were leaking out a pungent, black liquid. Bone spikes protruded from these pustules. It seemed that every part of this person's body, except for his arms, legs, and other places where his limbs intersected, was filled with bone spikes. There were some scattered clothes hanging from the bone spikes on his body, making him look like he was in tatters. Looking up, this person's face was ferocious. His appearance was very similar to Hunchback Meng, who died in the first trial. However, his head was several times bigger than Hunchback Meng. On top of his head were two spiral-shaped horns. Strands of blue lightning flickered between the two horns. From the looks of it, this person's aura was monstrous, like that of a demon that had come from the 9 hells. After he walked out of the crack with his hunchback, he squeezed the crack with his right hand. The crack immediately shrank until it was only a speck of light. After flashing a few times, it disappeared without a trace. The demon raised his head and looked into the void. He muttered to himself, "Master said that no one is allowed to enter the 4th trial. Everyone here must die." After he finished speaking, he was about to fly forward when he suddenly sniffed and looked towards the southeast corner. He muttered to himself, "Strange, why do I feel an extremely disgusting aura over there? I can't wait to go there and tear the person who emits this aura apart." At this moment, a wandering soul suddenly appeared beside him. This wandering soul looked at the demon, then completely ignored him and swam past him. The fiendish demon didn't even look at the wandering souls. He just stared at the southeast corner. His body immediately disappeared in a flash, rushing toward the aura that he hated so much. Following the direction the demon was heading, Wang Lin's divine sense was at the other end of the world of nirvana. He was looking at where the Ji Emperor was trapped. The light from the pagoda above Ancient Emperor's head was getting smaller and smaller as waves of wandering souls attacked. At first, it was 300 feet wide, but now it was only 150 feet wide. After Wang Lin became a soul devourer, he no longer had any emotions that a mortal should have. All he had was endless calmness and ruthlessness. He was about to order the wandering souls to attack again when he suddenly looked toward the northwest. Through the wandering souls that were being controlled, he felt a strong fluctuation of divine sense coming from that direction. Then, the controlled wandering souls used a special method to transmit what they saw to Wang Lin's divine sense. This is Hunchback Meng. Wang Lin was shocked. Although the demon had changed a lot, he could still tell that the demon was Hunchback Meng. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and stopped the wandering souls from attacking. Instead, he sent a message to the Ji Emperor. Hand over the inheritance item. Ancient Emperor was startled. Even when he came here 1,000 years ago, he had never heard of these strange creatures using divine sense to communicate. However, he quickly reacted and sent a message with his divine sense. Say, Senior, I don't know what the inheritance item you're talking about. After Ancient Emperor finished speaking, he felt bitter in his heart. Ever since he reached the spirit-severing stage, he hadn't called someone senior in a long time. Now that he called someone senior, he felt it was a bit awkward. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, Say, Senior, are you talking about the inheritance item to enter the land of the ancient god? If it is really that item, then you have found the right person. It is with a person called Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Wang Lin pondered a little. The violent divine sense fluctuations were getting closer and closer. Through the wandering souls on the way, Wang Lin was able to clearly grasp the opponent's position. While he was talking with the Ji Emperor, he controlled the wandering souls to block an attack. However, the opponent's body was extremely strange. No matter how the wandering souls attacked, they were unable to do any damage to the opponent. This caused Wang Lin to be shocked once again. As for what the Ji Emperor said about the inheritance item not being with him, but with Sixth Desire Devil Lord, Wang Lin didn't believe it. Even if what the opponent said was true, with the personality of the Ji Emperor and the others, they wouldn't enter the land of the ancient god without hesitation. Otherwise, once they entered, they would be completely controlled by Sixth Desire Devil Lord. After all, Sixth Desire Devil Lord had the key to entering and leaving this place. Regarding the inheritance item, Wang Lin first heard about it from Duanmu and the others. At that time, they didn't say much. Afterwards, Wang Lin analyzed the situation and came to this conclusion. There must be something he didn't know that the Ji Emperor dared to fight with Sixth Desire Devil Lord in the second trial. Wang Lin's divine sense rippled, and the surrounding wandering souls began to attack again. The Ji Emperor clenched his teeth and said with his divine sense, Although the old man doesn't have the complete inheritance item, when he first came here, he was given a fragment of the inheritance item. This fragment contains a technique that can be used to teleport people out of the land of the ancient god. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't be trapped here. As for the fragment, after the old man memorized the technique, he crushed it. What the ancient emperor said was true. 1,000 years ago, when he entered this place, he was one of the experts. Naturally, he saw the legacy item clearly and even obtained the set of hand techniques. This was also why he could escape back then and still dare to come here again. Back then, not many cultivators obtained this technique. The reason why no one was able to escape was because the technique could only be used at the whirlpool of each trial. As a result, those who passed the first 2 trials didn't plan on giving up halfway. After missing the whirlpool of the second trial and entering the third trial, this place was too big. Looking for the exit was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In addition, They were afraid of attracting those strange divine sense creatures, so they didn't dare to spread out their divine sense too far. As a result, finding the exit became even more difficult. This technique could only be used at the exit. If the exit was at the whirlpool, then it would be useless. When he was at the exit of the second trial, due to the lack of time, Ancient Emperor didn't have the time to use this technique and had no choice but to enter the third trial. As long as you bring me to the exit of the third trial, I'll give you this technique in exchange. Ancient Emperor's eyes were calm, but he was secretly thinking. He didn't know what Hunchback Meng wanted the inheritance item for, but if he didn't give him an answer, the wandering souls would definitely attack again. At that point, only death awaited him. Wang Lin didn't speak again. He moved his divine sense, and the surrounding wandering souls began to attack again. Wang Lin silently calculated the time. Through the connection between the wandering souls, he knew that Hunchback Meng was not far away. He would arrive in about the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. Under Wang Lin's urging, the wandering souls' attacks became even more intense. At the same time, in order to speed things up, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense to summon more wandering souls to join in the attack. Ancient Emperor's face was pale. He guessed that his answer was not the answer Hunchback Meng wanted. Ancient Emperor clenched his teeth and swallowed a few more pills to maintain the tower's light. But the wandering souls' attacks were endless. Just as Ancient Emperor was feeling despair, he sent out another message. I'll give you the technique to make these strange creatures stop attacking. With that, he quickly took out a piece of jade and placed it on his forehead. He held it in his hand and nervously looked around. 1 incense stick of time had passed. Wang Lin moved his divine sense, and the wandering souls immediately retreated. Ji Emperor let out a sigh of relief. He hesitated a little, clenched his teeth, and threw the piece of jade out of the tower's light. After the piece of jade flew out, it was immediately surrounded by Wang Lin's divine sense. He scanned it and found a detailed technique recorded inside. After Ancient Emperor threw out the technique, he immediately became nervous. He was afraid that Hunchback Meng wouldn't let him go after taking the jade. Wang Lin pondered a little. The surrounding wandering souls suddenly charged forward and began to attack again. Ancient Emperor smiled bitterly. His face was filled with hatred. He frantically used his own spiritual power to maintain the tower's light. But there were too many wandering souls. Soon, the tower's light began to shake. Finally, with a bang, the tower could no longer withstand the wandering souls' attacks. A crack appeared in the middle, and the tower broke into 2. At this moment, Ancient Emperor's body suddenly moved, and he disappeared from his original position. Unfortunately, 10 zhang away, Ancient Emperor appeared with a cry of pain. Countless wandering souls pounced on him and devoured him at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a wandering soul came out of Ancient Emperor's body. He held a storage bag and flew to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin quickly left after taking the bag. This time, he didn't go to find other cultivators. Instead, he quickly went to where he was hiding his body. In the void, Ji Emperor's body was rapidly shrinking. His eyes were wide open and his face was ashen. Inside his body, his nascent soul kept spitting out nascent fire to stop the wandering souls from devouring him. But it could only stop them for a while. Even if his life treasure wasn't damaged or his cultivation was still at the mid-stage of soul formation, he still wouldn't be able to stop so many wandering souls from devouring him. Not long after Wang Lin left, the demon that looked like Hunchback Meng moved like a meteor and arrived. He immediately saw Ancient Emperor and frowned. The aura he hated wasn't here. Just as he was about to chase after it, he suddenly stopped. He stared at Ancient Emperor and his eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed Ancient Emperor's withered body. With a shake of his hand, the wandering souls that were devouring the nascent soul were thrown out of Ancient Emperor's body. After all the wandering souls were thrown out, his right hand tore the void and a spatial rift appeared. The demon let out a sneer and threw Ancient Emperor inside. The moment the spatial rift appeared, one could clearly see that it was a blood-red world. The ground was completely covered in thick, blood-red liquid. The sky was also dark red, like a piece of blue cloth soaked in blood. There were countless cultivators sitting in the blood on the ground. Their appearances were very similar to the demon that looked like Hunchback Ming. They all had horns on their heads, and the number of horns varied from 1 to 4. There were many stone pillars around this blood-red world, and each one had a cultivator sitting on top of it. As far as the eye could see, there were many stone awls of varying sizes. The most eye-catching was an enormous stone awl that seemed to pierce the heavens. Sitting on top of it was a red-haired cultivator. His head was lowered, making it impossible to see his face clearly. However, he radiated an arrogant and disdainful aura. After Ancient Emperor was thrown in, his nascent soul hadn't been completely devoured by the wandering souls. He immediately took back his body. When he opened his eyes, his expression changed greatly. Red Fire Devil Lord, Mad Southern Wu Bai, Sky Devil Magician. You guys didn't die? The Ancient Emperor turned pale with fright. He immediately recognized a few of the demons. They were the ones who had entered the land of the ancient gods with him 1,000 years ago. However, they had all died here. For example, Red Fire Devil Lord died on the Restriction Mountain in the second trial. GD saw him get hit by purple lightning and turn to dust. Even his nascent soul couldn't escape his body. There was also Mad Southern Wu Bai. He died on the third trial. He was swarmed by tens of thousands of demons and died in less than half an incense stick of time. As for Sky Devil Magician, 6 Desired Devil Lord's master, Ancient Emperor followed him closely. He saw 6 Desired Devil Lord use the inheritance treasure to open a passage. Just as 6 Desired Devil Lord was about to leave, he was suddenly attacked by a strange divine sense. 6 Desired Devil Lord died without any resistance. At this moment, these people that were supposed to be dead suddenly appeared here. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He suddenly turned around and saw the demon that looked like Hunchback Ming in the spatial rift that was about to close. Hunchback Ming. Ancient Emperor's pupil shrank. At this moment, the spatial crack was closing. Ancient Emperor was on guard as he looked around. There were many cultivators here, but it was clear that all of them were people that had died in the land of the ancient god over the countless years. A hoarse voice came from the blood-red land. Welcome to the demon God Blood Sea. As for Wang Lin, his divine sense was very fast, so it didn't take long for him to cross the third trial. However, halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Through the senses of the wandering souls, he immediately noticed the change with GD. He saw Hunchback Ming open the spatial crack and throw Ancient Emperor in. Even the moment the spatial crack opened, the red light was clearly seen by him through the wandering souls. Wang Lin pondered a little. Although he had the jade that recorded the technique, it was hard to say if GD had tampered with it. For safety's sake, he should find Duanmu, Wang Qingyue, and 6 Desired Devil Lord and use the same method to find a way to leave. However, the appearance of Hunchback Ming and the red light from the spatial crack made Wang Lin feel very scared. He decisively gave up on finding Duanmu, Wang Qingyue, and quickly flew toward where his body was hidden. Along the way, he kept track of Hunchback Ming's location through the wandering souls. He found that Hunchback Ming wasn't chasing him, but was instead flying toward Duanmu and Wang Qingyue. He quickly sped up and returned to where his body was hidden. The devil Su Ligua and the second devil were quietly hiding inside the stone. When they noticed Wang Lin's divine sense return, they immediately flew out. Wang Lin's divine sense flashed and went back into the stone. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes. His divine sense had grown a lot after being nourished on the way here. His body moved and appeared from the stone. Without any hesitation, he flew toward the entrance to the fourth realm. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. Hunchback Ming's sudden appearance had messed up his plan. Hunchback Ming's demonic appearance made Wang Lin's heart jump. Most importantly, Hunchback Ming was able to ignore the attacks of the wandering souls. This was the main reason why Wang Lin decided to immediately leave the third realm. Wang Lin knew that his cultivation level was insignificant compared to those old guys. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the Nirvana realm and there were a lot of wandering souls here, he wouldn't have been able to deal with them. He wouldn't even have the qualifications to face them. Now that the wandering souls had no effect on Hunchback Meng, Wang Lin's biggest advantage was gone. If he were to encounter Hunchback Meng, the only road left for him was death. Hunchback Meng only needed to wave his hand to turn him to ashes. Wang Lin was well aware of this. Although he had the upper hand along the way, it was all because he was good at using external forces. If Hunchback Meng hadn't been surrounded by the hurricane, he wouldn't have had the chance to beat a drowning dog. But now that the external force had disappeared, both sides were on the same level. No matter how brave Wang Lin was, he had to make the decision to leave immediately. Wang Lin was never a wishy-washy person. After he made his decision, he didn't hesitate and quickly flew toward the exit of the third realm. Along the way, he didn't even bother devouring the wandering souls. He seized every second to quickly leave. In truth, if Wang Lin was willing to give up his body and fly in his soul form, his speed would be even faster. This was why his divine sense left his body to travel around the third realm. Just as he was halfway out, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He suddenly turned around, and his face was as gloomy as water. He looked in the direction of Duanmu Ji and Wang Qinghua. At that moment, he clearly saw a terrifying scene through the wandering souls. Duanmu Ji and Wang Qinghua didn't last long under Hunchback Meng's attack. A giant demonic hand suddenly came out of the rift Hunchback Meng created and grabbed them. They were unable to resist at all and were pulled in. The demonic hand's bone spurs were ferocious and gave off an evil aura that would cause anyone to feel fear. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he flew out once more. This time, he put away the devil Su Ligua and the second devil. He drank a large gulp of spirit liquid and used 120% of his spiritual energy to quickly leave. He could feel that the demonic Hunchback Meng was chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. Wang Lin quickly moved. His expression was gloomy as he calculated in his heart. At his current speed, he should be able to reach the vortex before Hunchback Meng caught up. But just at this moment, the demon-like Hunchback Meng used some unknown method to cover his body in a blood-red light. His speed suddenly increased several-fold, and he closed the distance between them. Not only did he not slow down, he became even faster. Wang Lin immediately noticed this, and his heart sank. At this rate, in another instant stick of time, Hunchback Meng would catch up. From here to the exit of the third trial, it would take about 2 incense sticks of time. Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense. Using the senses of the wandering souls, he quickly scanned the area. His eyes narrowed as he stared at a location in the distance. A bold idea appeared in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, then changed his direction without saying a word. His position was slightly slanted, and he quickly escaped. Sixth Desire, Devil Lord's heart was in a mess. He didn't dare to spread out his divine sense too much, so he couldn't find the exit in the third trial. He had searched for a long time and finally determined that the exit was 90% to 90% to the northwest. In fact, he had come to investigate this direction 2 years ago, but there were simply too many wandering souls here. Even though he had such a magical treasure on him, he did not dare to rashly barge in. Therefore, in the past 2 years, he had attracted a large number of wandering souls and eliminated them one by one before slowly advancing. As a result, his speed was slow, but it was stable. At this rate, sooner or later, he would be able to enter the fourth trial and be transferred to the ancient god's body. At this moment, he was attracting large amounts of wandering souls and was about to use the body of the young man in his hand to kill them one by one. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he spread out his divine sense. Although he didn't dare to spread it out too far, he could still clearly detect any movement within a radius of 100 feet. He saw a young man appear 100 feet away. When Sixth Desire Devil Lord saw this person, he was startled, but he quickly revealed a grin and shouted, walking right into the trap. Wang Lin coldly stared at Sixth Desire Devil Lord. His speed didn't slow down, but instead increased. Large amounts of wandering souls appeared around Wang Lin. These wandering souls were like guards protecting Wang Lin. Just as Sixth Desire Devil Lord was about to make a move, he suddenly stopped. He frowned as he stared at the wandering souls around Wang Lin. His heart was filled with terror. These strange creatures that he had to be careful with not only didn't harm the junior, but were instead protecting him. This shocked Sixth Desire Devil Lord greatly. So he didn't act rashly. His eyes were cold as he stared at Wang Lin. He wanted to see what this damned junior wanted. Wang Lin stopped 100 feet away from Sixth Desire Devil Lord. The reason he had the wandering souls protect him was to send a signal to Sixth Desire Devil Lord not to act rashly. Now that the signal was successfully sent, Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't act rashly. Wang Lin secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't afraid of Sixth Desire Devil Lord with the wandering souls around him, the thing in Sixth Desire Devil Lord's hand was very strange. If they were to fight, he wouldn't have enough time to get to the exit. After all, Hunchback Meng was about to arrive. Wang Lin looked at Sixth Desire Devil Lord with a hesitant expression, but in reality, he was silently calculating the time. Sixth Desire Devil Lord narrowed his eyes. He didn't have the ability to control the wandering souls like Wang Lin did, so he naturally didn't know there was a demon rushing towards them. So when he saw Wang Lin's hesitant expression, although he was confused, he still sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many wandering souls around Wang Lin, he would have definitely taken the initiative to attack. But right now, he didn't want to cause any more problems, so he coldly snorted and said, "I'll let you go for now. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram for the old man. The further the better." Wang Lin secretly counted a few breaths of time and revealed a strange smile. He thought to himself, "Now." He immediately raised his head and clasped his hands at Sixth Desire Devil Lord and said, "Many thanks." With that, he immediately jumped out and charged towards the group of wandering souls to the northwest. Sixth Desire Devil Lord frowned. Just as he was about to think about it, his expression suddenly changed. He saw a blood-red meteor coming from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it arrived 100 feet away from Sixth Desire Devil Lord. The figure of Hunchback Meng was revealed. "You're Hunchback Meng. You ate a soul transformation pill?" Sixth Desire Devil Lord's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately determined that Hunchback Meng's aura had reached the late stage of soul transformation and was only one step away from soul transformation. To be able to reach this level of cultivation in such a short period of time, there was only one possibility, and that was that Hunchback Meng had eaten a soul transformation pill. But almost in an instant, Sixth Desire Devil Lord moved the body of the young man in front of him to the side. He stared at Hunchback Meng and said, "It's not a soul transformation pill. What did you eat to become a demon?" Hunchback Meng's large eyes looked at Sixth Desire Devil Lord. The person in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling. This wasn't the first time he had this feeling. Whether it was the Ji Emperor, Duanmu Ji, or even Wang Qingwei, they all gave him a familiar feeling. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember them. But soon, he threw this feeling to the back of his mind. He revealed a cruel smile and gloomily said, "My name is not Hunchback Meng. My name is Demon God 2C. As he spoke, he waved his right hand that was filled with bone spikes in the air. Immediately, a huge spatial crack appeared, and a red glow was emitted from the crack. Following this, a crimson figure that was around 10 zhang tall came out from the crack. "I'll leave this person to you. I'll go after the next one." After Hunchback Meng finished speaking, he jumped out. Sixth Desire Devil Lord stared dumbfoundedly at the person in front of him. He muttered to himself, "Master, I really can't write anymore, so this is all I can do. I went to the hospital today, and the doctor said it was more serious than last month. He told me that if I still don't cooperate with the treatment, then I don't need to come to the hospital. I'm really afraid that one day when I wake up, I won't be able to move my lower body. Because today the doctor said that if I don't take it seriously and let it develop, it will cause the nerves and muscles in my lower body to atrophy or even paralysis." Chapter 185. This person was more than 10 feet tall and wore a set of dark purple armor. There were several sharp bone spikes protruding from the armor, giving off a cold aura. His black hair fluttered behind his head, even though there was no wind. Looking at his face, this person was extremely handsome. The contours of his face seemed to have been carved by a knife, and there was a faint evil feeling to him, especially his thin lips, which seemed to be mean and heartless. His eyes released a dark red glow as he stared at Sixth Desire Devil Lord. After a long time, he faintly sighed and slowly said, "Heir, you still recognize your master. Very good. But now, my name is Demon God 2C. When the two words heir entered Sixth Desire Devil Lord's ears, his heart trembled and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. When he saw that this person's face was the same as his master's, he was shocked and lost his voice. But now, this person was able to call out his name, which very few people knew. Aside from his dead master, Sky Devil Magician, who else could it be? Sixth Desire Devil Lord took a deep breath. His face revealed an uncertain expression. He stared at the other person and whispered, "Are you a human or a demon? Why were you demonized like Hunchback Meng? And 1,000 years ago, didn't you already?" Sky Devil Magician closed his eyes, but quickly opened them and calmly said, "What you want to say is that I should have died 1,000 years ago. How did I come back to life?" Sixth Desire Devil Lord was on high alert. From the appearance of Hunchback Meng to the resurrection of his master, Sky Devil Magician, this series of events was too strange. He knew that there was a big secret behind all of this. He even began to suspect that this so-called land of the ancient god wasn't as he expected. As long as he entered God G's body, there would be countless treasures and pills waiting for him to take. The reason he had this suspicion was because 1,000 years ago, the inheritance of the land of the ancient god was obtained by his master. Now that he thought about it, it was as if Sky Devil Magician had become a completely different person after obtaining the inheritance. This was something he didn't understand back then. Now it was as if his mind was struck by lightning and a bold guess appeared in his mind. Sky Devil Magician looked in the direction Hunchback Meng disappeared and slowly said, "I wasn't possessed." Sixth Desire Devil Lord was shocked, but his expression was normal. He cautiously stared at his master and slowly retreated. Sky Devil Magician didn't even look at Sixth Desire Devil Lord and calmly said, "Retreat 10 more steps and I will attack." Sixth Desire Devil Lord's body stopped, and he said in a low voice, he whispered, "Master, what is going on? Even if you want to kill me, you have to let me understand why you're doing all of this." Sky Devil Magician turned his head and looked at Sixth Desire Devil Lord. He pondered a little and said, "Fine, there's no harm in telling you. This Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't wait for him to finish." The young man's body suddenly exploded. Although he had been dead for a long time, the blood in his body hadn't coagulated. It was as if he had just died. Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't wait for him to finish. The young man's body suddenly exploded. Although he had been dead for a long time, the blood in his body hadn't solidified. It was as if he had just died. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's cultivation method was personally taught by him. The cultivation method he practiced was called the Mysterious Sky Demon Desire Art. A person had 6 innate desires. This art was cultivated by refining one's own desires, then using one's own desires to attract the desires of others and use them for oneself. All of the cultivation methods of the 6 desires were personally taught by him. The cultivation method he cultivated was called the Mysterious Sky Devil Desire Art. Humans had 6 innate desires, and this art was cultivated through various cultivation methods. First, one had to refine one's own desires, and then use one's own desires as a guide to arouse the desires of others and use them for one's own use. In terms of viciousness, it was only slightly inferior to the Death Curse art. To cultivate the Mysterious Sky Demon Desire Art, one's own desires were the most important. If one could refine 4 of one's innate desires, one could reach the soul-forming stage. If one could refine all 6 desires, one could reach the infant transformation stage. Sixth Desire Devil Lord had already refined 5 of his desires, but he was still unable to refine the last one. From his point of view, this desire was his obsession. The only thing that Sixth Desire Devil Lord was obsessed with was his own cultivation. From the day he stepped onto the path of demonic cultivation, he swore that he would become a soul transformation cultivator. This was his dream and his life's goal. Back then, Sky Devil Magician had said that this desire would be the biggest obstacle in Six Desire Devil Lord's life. Now, it was proven to be true. As for the Desire Blood Escape technique, it was a life-saving technique recorded in the mysterious Sky Demonic Desire mantra. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not be used easily. This technique was fueled by the loss of a desire, and it could instantly increase the speed of the user to an unbelievable level. Six Desire Devil Lord was a decisive person. From the moment his master appeared, he had a feeling that something was wrong. That's why he clenched his teeth and used this technique to escape. As for Wong Lin, his speed was very fast. He was flying toward the exit of the third trial in the northwest direction. All the wandering souls blocking his way automatically moved to the side, creating a straight path for him. His body was so fast that it was almost a blur. He was getting closer and closer to the exit of the third trial. As for Six Desire Devil Lord's life or death, Wong Lin didn't care. He didn't have any dealings with Six Desire Devil Lord. Now that he was escaping for his life, it was more important than anything else. But what made him feel pity was that he saw the scene of Six Desire Devil Lord meeting his master, Sky Devil Magician, through the messages sent by the wandering souls. At the same time, he saw Hunchback Meng stop for a moment, then immediately chase after him again. Wong Lin took a deep breath and drank another mouthful of spirit liquid. He suddenly waved his right hand, and a blue flame appeared in his hand. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding, and the poisoned sword flew out, emitting a cold light. Wong Lin's body was still moving. His hand formed a seal and pointed behind him. His body immediately flashed, and he continued to escape. As for the blue flame and the flying sword, they split into two different directions and charged toward Hunchback Meng. The demon-like Hunchback Meng was thinking as he chased. The person he was chasing was the cultivator that gave off an aura that he hated. He was confused about this, but he had an urge to catch up and tear that cultivator into pieces. Only then would he be able to vent that inexplicable anger in his heart. However, Hunchback Meng felt a bit of admiration for this person. He could feel that this person's cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of core formation, but this person was very cunning. As long as he chased a bit, this person would immediately notice and escape. What surprised Hunchback Meng even more was that the wandering souls in the third trial didn't seem to have any intention of attacking this person. No matter how he moved, they wouldn't attack him. This made him feel very strange. It has to be said that the reason he wasn't attacked by the wandering souls was because of the treasure his master gave him that still had a trace of the fragrance of the soul. But how did this person do it? Hunchback Meng was very confused. He took a deep breath and took a step in the air. His speed increased a lot as he charged forward. But before he could get far, he noticed that there was a ball of blue flame coming at him. Hunchback Meng let out a mocking smile. Not only did he not slow down, he moved even faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, he didn't even bother to dodge, and forcibly collided with the blue ice flame. The ice flame flickered a few times, and with a bang, it exploded, turning into a flower of ice flame and dissipating in all directions. Hunchback Meng sneered. Just as he was about to increase his speed, his expression suddenly changed. Although the ice flowers were slowly dissipating, the spot he smashed into turned dark blue. If you look closely, you would see there was a layer of dark blue ice crystals. This ice crystal quickly spread and covered Hunchback Meng's entire body. Hunchback Meng let out a surprise sound and stopped. He lowered his head and pointed at the ice flame. The ice flame suddenly stopped spreading and cracks appeared on its surface. Just at this moment, there was a flash of cold light in the distance. Shortly after, a strange, black flying sword instantly closed in on Hunchback Meng's right shoulder. This flying sword shape was very strange. It wasn't long, but the two ends of the sword were covered in small spikes. The spikes were dark blue and clearly contained poison. The moment he saw this small sword, Hunchback Meng's heart trembled. He felt an unforgettable sense of familiarity from this sword. It was as if there was something on this sword that made his heart clench. While he was in a trance, the flying sword stabbed into Hunchback Meng's right shoulder. A metallic clanging sound came from the point of contact between the sword and Hunchback Meng's right shoulder. Although the flying sword was very fast, it could only pierce through the skin a little and was unable to pierce through. However, it only broke the skin, and a large amount of poison entered Hunchback Meng's body. Hunchback Meng didn't even think about being poisoned. He waved his hand and tried to grab the flying sword. He had a strong feeling that the poison inside the flying sword should have been his. With Hunchback Meng's cultivation level, trying to grab a flying sword was like child's play. The moment his hand reached out, a vortex surrounded the flying sword, making it impossible for it to escape. Wang Lin, who was about to reach the exit, suddenly felt the danger his flying sword was in. Although he didn't stop, his hands formed several seals. Finally, he pointed at his heart and spat out a mouthful of golden core chi. At the same time, the flying sword that was trapped in the vortex felt something and quickly turned around. The blue light on the spikes became even more intense. The moment Hunchback Meng's hand reached out and the vortex loosened a bit, the flying sword let out a few popping sounds. The 8 spikes broke off from the sword and shot toward Hunchback Meng's hand at a speed far faster than the flying sword. The poison inside the flying sword was still lacking compared to the spikes. When Wang Lin designed the flying sword, he put a lot of effort into the 99 spikes. Most of the poison was stored in the spikes, so when the 8 spikes shot out at the same time, the amount of poison inside them was extremely large. If it was used on other people, it might have a miraculous effect, but Hunchback Meng was a master of poison. The poison in the flying sword came from the King Poison Cauldron, which was once Hunchback Meng's life treasure. As a result, the poison couldn't do any harm to him. When the flying sword pierced Hunchback Meng's shoulder, the poison that entered his body only needed to circulate for a bit before disappearing without a trace. It was absorbed by Hunchback Meng's spiritual energy. Even though the poison from the 8 spikes had no effect, the impact was like 8 flying swords attacking at the same time. If it was anyone else, their hand would have been pierced, but Hunchback Meng's demonic body had reached an unimaginable degree of toughness. After 8 clanging sounds, the 8 spikes were hit by a powerful force and broke one by one. Although it was broken, it did slow down the hand that was trying to grab the flying sword. At that moment, the flying sword flew out. Hunchback Meng's hand reached out, but he only managed to grab the edge of the flying sword before it disappeared from his hand. However, Hunchback Meng's cultivation level was very high. Even though he only managed to grab the edge of the flying sword, it immediately dimmed, and a crack appeared on the surface of the sword. After the flying sword disappeared, it reappeared more than 1,000 feet away and disappeared without a trace. Hunchback Meng's face was gloomy as he stared at where the flying sword disappeared. He waved his right hand, and a spatial rift was ripped open. An extremely domineering divine sense shot out from the crack. After scanning the area once, it covered the entire nirvana world of the 3rd stage. However, the divine sense spread out to the sides of the sleeping soul and didn't come into contact with it. What is it? The divine sense sent out a cold message. The moment the divine sense appeared, Hunchback Meng knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Lord Messenger, there's a cultivator too close to the exit. I need help." The divine sense said, "Sure." After Hunchback Meng heard the reply, he immediately moved toward the direction where Wang Lin was. He was very sure that with the help of the Lord Messenger, this mid-stage core formation junior wouldn't be able to enter the exit. In Hunchback Meng's opinion, aside from the big guy that was put to sleep by his master's technique, only the messenger was worthy of being the king of the 3rd trial. The divine sense immediately scanned the 3rd realm and found Wang Lin and 6 Desire Devil Lord. He first focused his divine sense on 6 Desire Devil Lord. 6 Desire Devil Lord's body was covered in a thick, bloody light, causing his speed to increase dramatically. However, the deeper he went, the more wandering souls there were. With the magic treasures he had, it was impossible for him to deal with so many wandering souls. As a result, his body had been attacked by many wandering souls. He was relying on his spiritual energy to resist the wandering souls in his body. The moment the divine sense gathered, Sixth Desire Devil Lord was shocked. The wandering souls in his body were already too much for him to deal with, but now there was such an overbearing divine sense. He immediately deduced that the person who sent out this kind of divine sense must have an unfathomable cultivation level. After the divine sense scanned Sixth Desire Devil Lord, it sent out a wave. The bloody light around Sixth Desire Devil Lord's body became dimmer and dimmer until it completely disappeared, revealing his horrified face. With the fragrant souls here, I can't do anything. I can only help you block them once. You have to be quick. After doing all of this, the powerful divine sense sent out a message to Sky Devil Magician, who was leisurely chasing after Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Sky Devil Magician's face was calm. He nodded his head and suddenly increased his speed as he chased after Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Sixth Desire Devil Lord secretly complained. He clenched his teeth, and without a word, he destroyed another desire and used the desire blood escape technique. This time, his body couldn't take it anymore, and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The wandering souls in his body immediately began to devour them. He bitterly smiled, clenched his teeth, and charged forward. That powerful divine sense swept towards Sixth Desire Devil Lord again. This time, he didn't make a move. He only glanced at Sixth Desire Devil Lord before spreading his divine sense toward the exit of the third realm. He found Wang Lin about 10 feet away from the exit. The divine sense sent out a wave, targeting Wang Lin. In fact, the moment the divine sense appeared, Wang Lin immediately noticed it. At that time, he was startled. Although this divine sense was powerful, Wang Lin had a very strange feeling. There was something strange about this divine sense. Now that the divine sense was attacking him, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He knew what was strange. The owner of this divine sense was definitely not a cultivator, but a wandering soul that was about to evolve into a soul devourer. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered such a large wandering soul. However, a wandering soul was a wandering soul. As long as it hadn't evolved into a fragrant soul, it would still be higher than others. No matter how large it was, it would still be restrained by its natural predator. For a wandering soul, it was an insurmountable gap. Now, this large wandering soul dared to attack Wang Lin, who was a fragrant soul. One could imagine what would happen to it. From Wang Lin's point of view, this wandering soul was like a super nourishing pill. If he could eat it, his divine sense would definitely recover to its original size. Moreover, it would be much more powerful than before, reaching an unbelievable level. At this moment, the wandering soul's divine sense attack arrived. The moment it entered Wang Lin's body, the wandering soul was startled and then shocked. Fragrant soul? You're a fragrant soul. The wandering soul's divine sense immediately spread out. Although the voice was shocked, there was a hint of ecstasy in it. Although Wang Lin was puzzled, he didn't hesitate to swallow the wandering soul that had entered his body. The wandering soul immediately retracted its divine sense, but a part of it was still swallowed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin licked his lips. He could clearly feel that his G realm was rapidly becoming stronger. He secretly felt that it was a pity. If he could kill all of these wandering souls, then he believed that his G realm would become even stronger. After the large divine sense escaped, it immediately used a complicated method to open a crack in space. It entered the crack and disappeared from the Nirvana world. At this moment, in the blood sea of the demon god, the wandering soul suddenly emerged from a crack in the sky. Then, it quickly flew towards the largest stone awl. In front of the stone awl, the wandering soul immediately condensed into a long-haired man. He knelt on one knee in midair. His face showed weakness, but his expression was one of excitement. Master, in the third stage, I saw a soul devourer. A red-haired man was sitting cross-legged on top of the stone awl. His head was lowered, and his appearance could not be seen clearly under his red hair. However, an arrogant and disdainful aura was constantly emanating from his body. The moment he heard Wandering Soul's words, his body trembled and he slowly lifted his head, revealing a bloody face. The moment he lifted his head, a thick blood mist appeared in the blood sea of the demon god and spread out in all directions. At the same time, all of the surrounding cultivators on the stone spikes turned to look at this person. Even the cultivators in the pool of blood on the ground looked over with ecstatic expressions. "Soul devourer, are you sure?" The man's voice, though low, was filled with an irresistible majesty. The long-haired man in the form of the wandering soul immediately said, "Master, I can confirm that person is Fragrant Soul. Master, he is currently at the exit of the third stage. If you want to capture him, you must go there immediately." Fragrant Soul. The red-haired man's eyes were calm. He waved his right hand, and a spatial crack tens of thousands of feet wide appeared in the sky. "Demon God 2C, go capture this Fragrant Soul for me," the red-haired man said indifferently. Then he lowered his head and looked at the stone below him. He fell into silence again. The moment he finished speaking, all of the cultivators in the blood sea of the demon god jumped up from the stone spikes and disappeared into the spatial crack. The man in the form of the wandering soul also followed. Suddenly, the red-haired man was the only one left in the blood sea of the demon god. His right hand gently drew on the ground and wrote a row of small words. "I have been sealed in the blood sea of the demon god for tens of thousands of years. Today, I heard that a fragrant soul has appeared, and my heart wavered." Beside this row of words were a few more rows of words. "When I entered the third stage, I immediately found that this place was a spatial crack connected to the world of Nirvana. After searching for a bit, I found the entrance to the world of Nirvana, but I didn't enter. The rumors about the land of the ancient god are too exaggerated. Aside from the third stage being a bit interesting, everything else is not worth mentioning. I originally wanted to leave, but since I'm already here, if I don't enter and see what is inside, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The fourth stage is only a transfer array. It is designed according to the time the person passes the stage. It is very intricate. I studied it for a long time and finally understood the structure. I can enter any part of the ancient god's body at will." "How? Is this the land of the ancient god?" "This is clearly the land of the demon god. Lucky God 2C. This person is indeed very smart. I admire him. He actually thought of this method. I didn't think I would be trapped in one place for thousands of years." Chapter 186. At this moment, at the exit of the third level of the land of the ancient god, Wang Lin's body was like a shooting star, flying rapidly towards the exit. His speed was extremely fast, and he was getting closer and closer to the exit. In a few breaths' time, he was within 30 zhang of the exit. But at this moment, right above the exit whirlpool of the third level, a huge crack that was thousands of zhang long suddenly appeared in the void. Red light shone from within, and a bloody stench emanated from it. Wang Lin's heart shook, but his eyes were calm. He immediately dismissed the idea of using the hand technique that the ancient emperor had taught him. Instead, he rushed into the whirlpool the moment the crack appeared. Purple lightning immediately danced, gathered around him, and pulled him into the depths of the whirlpool. The moment he entered the whirlpool, Wang Lin could clearly see huge, ferocious, demon-like cultivators emerging from the blood-colored crack. They all stared at Wang Lin in the whirlpool, and their eyes were filled with undisguised joy. Their bodies suddenly moved, and they rushed into the whirlpool. Wang Lin's heart thumped. Any one of these demons could destroy his body and spirit with a wave of their hands. With a tinge of worry, Wang Lin's body disappeared into the whirlpool. The demons did not say a word, and they quickly followed him into the whirlpool. After emerging from the other end of the whirlpool, Wang Lin did not hesitate at all. He quickly rushed out. This place was a huge square, and there were dozens of towering pillars that were about 10 zhang thick. In the middle of these pillars, there was a circular teleportation design. Waves of demonic red light were emitted from the teleportation design. If one looked closely, they would see that this teleportation design was made up of a substance that looked like blood vessels. Around it, there were thin filaments that connected it, and some dark red liquid was being transported into the teleportation design from these filaments. The demonic red light was emitted by the liquid flowing within the teleportation design. Wang Lin did not hesitate. The moment his body appeared, his divine sense swept the area. He immediately found that there was no exit whirlpool, only this teleportation array. Without another word, he immediately rushed forward and arrived next to the teleportation array. He didn't directly barge in, but after looking at it for a moment, he slapped his bag of holding and the black poison sword flashed out. With a violent shake, more than 10 broken thorns broke off from the sword. Then, the poison sword flashed, and Wang Lin put it back into his storage bag. At the same time, he waved his hands again and again, releasing several illusionary circles that landed on the broken thorns. After doing all of this, he pointed between his eyebrows. His face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of golden core chi. The moment this core chi appeared, it turned into threads and fused with the broken thorns. These broken thorns trembled and slowly fell to the ground. They circled around a few afterimages and slowly rotated. Shortly after, Wang Lin stepped into the teleportation array without any hesitation. The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, a blood-colored light appeared from the edge of the array and quickly surrounded the entire array. You passed the first 3 trials and exceeded the time limit, but you obtained the title of Comprehender. Therefore, you'll be sent out of the Chi Sea. With a burst of blood-colored light, Wang Lin's body began to twist, and he silently disappeared. At this moment, the blood-colored light from the teleportation array slowly dissipated and returned to normal. At this moment, the illusionary circles that Wang Lin had left here suddenly scattered and turned into a 7-colored restriction that surrounded the teleportation array. At the same time, the broken thorns shot into the teleportation array at an extremely fast speed. Every single one of the broken thorns stabbed into something that looked like a blood vessel in the teleportation array. The poison inside the broken thorns immediately spread. In an instant, the entire teleportation array no longer emitted a red light, but a black light. However, this black light didn't last for long. It slowly faded and turned red. At this moment, one by one, the demons from the blood sea came out of the entrance of the 4th trial. They were extremely fast and arrived outside the teleportation array in a flash. One of the demon cultivators glanced at the teleportation array and said calmly, "The teleportation array has been destroyed. It will take about 6 hours for it to return to normal." It doesn't matter. His body is extremely large. Even if this soul devourer enters, he won't be able to enter the Chi Sea in 6 hours. As long as he doesn't enter the Chi Sea, he won't be able to leave this place. After 6 hours, we will split up and search. This time, I want him alive. In the instant that the teleportation array teleported Wang Lin, he felt as if his flesh and blood were being separated. Then he could clearly feel his body being wrapped up by an invisible force and being pulled into a whirlpool. During this process, his body seemed to disappear gradually. Wang Lin didn't notice it at all. It seemed like only his consciousness was left behind. He didn't know how long had passed, but suddenly, the invisible force wrapped around his body disappeared. Wang Lin slowly felt the existence of his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw a blue world in front of him. This was a strange place. The sky was blue, and so was the ground. It could even be said that there was only the sky here and no ground. This was because the so-called ground was actually a piece of sky. Wang Lin was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. The moment he entered this place, he heard the sound of the teleportation array. Because of his identity as an enlightened person, he was teleported out of the Chi Sea. Through these words, Wang Lin immediately deduced that the teleportation array was the 4th trial. However, the 4th trial didn't have any obstructions and was only used for teleportation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He thought that he had already entered the god of Ji's body and was outside the Chi Sea. He pondered a bit and let out a sigh. He didn't think that he would be the first person to enter the god of Ji's body. If it was before the 3rd trial, Wang Lin would have some hope of entering the god of Ji's body. However, he suddenly had a feeling that the ancient god's body wasn't filled with treasures and pills like Duamu said. The strange demons that appeared at the exit of the third trial, like Hunchback Meng, made Wang Lin's heart feel like it was being weighed down by a large stone. He vaguely felt that he had arrived at a place he shouldn't have come to. When the demons looked at him, they revealed looks of ecstasy. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. With his intelligence, it only took a bit of analysis for him to connect the words of the powerful wandering soul that was about to become a fragrant soul. Before, only Hunchback Meng appeared, but when I was about to leave, so many of them appeared at the same location. Their target must be me. It seems like this has something to do with the wandering soul realizing my identity as a fragrant soul. As Wang Lin was thinking, he didn't stop and flew forward. He had a feeling that those demonic creatures wouldn't give up on chasing him. They might appear before him at any moment. What he needed to do now was to leave this strange place as soon as possible. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a piece of jade appeared in his hand. He looked at it for a bit, and his expression was unsettled. Then he put the jade into his bag of holding. After pondering for a bit, his hands quickly formed a set of seals. Inside the jade were the seals recorded by ancient emperor to leave this place. There were more than 400 sets of seals. Only by forming all of them would they be able to form a path to leave this place. After Wang Lin formed the first set, he didn't find anything strange, so he formed a few more sets. When he formed the 34th set, he suddenly stopped and revealed a gloomy expression. The 34th set of seals looked the same as the previous ones, but after forming them, the spiritual energy in his body involuntarily began to fluctuate. Wang Lin pondered a bit. His hands changed again and formed the 35th set of seals. Then he quickly formed all of the seals according to the instructions in the jade. When he finished forming the last hand seal, he pushed forward and a vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. An eerie aura came from the vortex. However, the moment the vortex appeared, it immediately collapsed and disappeared in front of Wang Lin. After forming these seals, the spiritual energy in his body began to fluctuate violently. It wasn't until the vortex disappeared that his spiritual energy slowly calmed down. The moment the vortex appeared, Wang Lin stared at it without blinking. His eyes lit up, and he looked at it nonstop. What a vicious seal! Wang Lin muttered to himself and sneered. The vortex formed after forming the seal rotated from right to left. The vortex at the exit of each stage rotated from left to right. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to notice the difference. As for whether he could leave this place after forming the seal and forming the vortex at the exit, Wang Lin didn't dare to say. However, he was certain that once the two different vortexes collided, it would cause a series of unimaginable consequences. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the opportunity to leave this place would come from this collision. However, when Wang Lin formed the seals, he discovered that from the 34th set onwards, the spiritual energy in his body began to fluctuate. The further he went, the more violent the fluctuations became. When he finished forming the last set of seals, the fluctuations in his body had reached their limit. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had been paying attention to the fluctuations and nothing else, he would have stopped forming the seals long ago. But now that he saw the vortex rotating in the opposite direction, his eyes immediately revealed a trace of coldness. He didn't know if this seal could allow him to leave this place, but he knew that the moment the two vortexes collided, the fluctuations of the spiritual energy in his body would immediately become chaotic. It might even explode out of his body and affect his golden core, causing it to shatter into two. All of this was because every time Wang Lin entered the exit vortex, the spiritual energy in his body would fluctuate violently. Although it was only for a moment, if this happened when the two vortexes collided, then the two completely opposite fluctuations would affect the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body. The consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 187. Wang Lin pondered a bit. The hand seal had been verified, and it wasn't necessary to leave this place. He pointed at his brow to see if he could enter the heaven-defying bead space. It has to be said that if he could enter the heaven-defying bead space, then his chances of escaping would be much higher. After a long time, he lowered his hand from his brow. His expression was normal, but his eyes revealed a hint of joy. The heaven-defying bead space was no longer restricted, so he could enter it at any time. Wang Lin let out a breath. He waved his right hand again, and the Ji Emperor's bag of holding appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and felt a resistance force coming from it. Wang Lin's expression was normal. It was clear that the spatial rift that Hunchback Meng threw the Ji Emperor into was connected to the same place as the spatial rift at the exit of the third realm. The bag of holding was blocking Wang Lin's divine sense. This meant that Ancient Emperor wasn't dead. In truth, Wang Lin wasn't sure about this. After all, Hunchback Meng's bag of holding didn't have any divine sense left. Logically speaking, he should be dead, but he reappeared. Up until now, there were two bags of holding that he couldn't open. Aside from Ancient Emperor's bag of holding, the other was the mysterious corpse in the War God Shrine's cave. These two bags of holding both had their owner's divine sense. If they couldn't erase it, then they could only look at it and sigh. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. His right hand touched the bag of holding, and he placed a layer of his own divine sense around the Ji Emperor's divine sense to prevent it from sensing the bag. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and flew off into the distance like an arrow. His target was the ancient god's sea of knowledge. After all, in the second realm, he obtained a jade to refine the restriction flag. The jade emphasized that the ink stone could only be found in the sea of knowledge. After flying for a long time in this world, Wang Lin still couldn't see the edge. All he could see was a sea of blue. He remembered that Duanmu and the others said that the body of an ancient god was extremely large. An adult ancient god's body was much larger than the entire planet of Suzaku. As a result, flying through its body would require an unimaginable distance, even if it was between two acupuncture points. Although this place was large, there were no restrictions or creatures along the way, only silence. Wang Lin frowned, but he didn't stop and continued flying. Inside the ancient god's body, one's divine sense wasn't restricted like it was in the previous four realms. It could spread out very far like the outside world. Wang Lin's divine sense had been greatly nourished by the third realm, especially the wandering soul that was about to become a soul devourer. Wang Lin's divine sense had grown a lot. Now his divine sense could reach thousands of miles. As a result, he was able to use his divine sense to observe his surroundings while flying. After a long time, Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped, and he stared ahead with a surprised expression. The spirit force in his body fluctuated as if it was being pulled by some mysterious force. It seemed as if it was about to jump out. Immediately after, his divine sense detected a row of deep blue air waves appearing in the distance. These air waves were tens of thousands of feet tall, and their length was immeasurable. He couldn't see the end at a glance. The air waves were still far away, but the earth-shattering rumbles were already coming from far away. In the blink of an eye, the waves were much closer. The spirit force fluctuations in Wang Lin's body became stronger and stronger. He didn't say anything and quickly flew away. These waves were too strange and looked very shocking. What made Wang Lin's heart sink was that the spirit force in his body was showing signs of going out of control. His golden core violently trembled, and his flying speed suddenly slowed down. At this moment, the waves were even closer, and the rumbles were like right next to his ears. Although Wang Lin was shocked, his eyes were calm. He knew he couldn't escape before the waves arrived, so he pointed at his brow, and the heaven-defying bead appeared. Wang Lin's body quickly became illusory and disappeared. After about 10 breaths of time, the powerful shockwave arrived. It passed where Wang Lin disappeared and flew off into the distance. At this moment, Wang Lin's illusory figure slowly appeared and became more solid. After he appeared, he stared at the waves for a long time. His eyes flashed. After watching for a while, Wang Lin's body moved, and he continued to fly forward. At this moment, 10,000 feet away from the exit of the third realm, the bloodlight around Six Desire Devil Lord's body disappeared, revealing his skinny face. In his hand was a skeleton that was missing half an arm. On the skeleton, there were golden spots that emitted a faint golden light. All of his flesh and blood had been devoured by the wandering souls. His nascent soul was on the verge of collapse. There were countless wandering souls inside his body, and their continuous attacks made Sixth Desire Devil Lord very tired. Right now, he didn't even have the strength to use the Blood Desire escape technique again. He could only quietly wait for the wandering souls to completely devour him or for his master to catch up. At this moment, he was hoping that his master would arrive before he was completely devoured by the wandering souls. If he could keep his life, he was willing to become a demon. Unfortunately, it would be very difficult for him to do so. The last bit of his nascent soul's defense was instantly destroyed by the wandering souls. His purple palace divine sense was completely exposed to the large group of wandering souls. The wandering souls revealed a greedy expression and swarmed him. At this moment, Sixth Desire Devil Lord looked very helpless. However, at this moment, the skeleton in his hand suddenly shined with a golden light. The golden light slowly wrapped around Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Immediately after, the wandering souls that were about to jump out of Sixth Desire Devil Lord's body suddenly screamed. They all rushed out of his body and quickly flew away. Sixth Desire Devil Lord stared blankly at the scene in front of him. After the wandering souls left, he immediately took control of his body. His eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at the skeleton in his hand. His heart was filled with lingering fear, as if he had just escaped death. But soon, he revealed a suspicious expression. However, now was not the time to think about it. There were many wandering souls around him, and they all retreated as if they were afraid of the golden light. Sixth Desire Devil Lord was a decisive person. After he realized this, he immediately put away his doubts and flew toward the exit of the third realm. The giant rift in the sky had already closed. Sixth Desire Devil Lord flew very fast. Without the wandering souls blocking him, he almost instantly arrived at the exit and stepped into the whirlpool. At this moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid of the third realm. He swore that if he was lucky enough to leave this place, he would never come back. When he first came here, although he had also entered the third realm, it wasn't as strange as this time. His master's resurrection, Hunchback Meng's demonization, and a series of other things had shrouded his heart in a fog. As this fog spread, it became a shadow that made his heart jump. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the whirlpool. The moment the purple lightning fell, he waved his right hand and formed a series of techniques. After forming this set of techniques, Sixth Desire Devil Lord's nascent soul immediately shrank a lot. The light in his eyes dimmed. This set of incantations landed on the skeleton in his hand. Suddenly, the skeleton shined brightly. Following that, layers of cracks appeared on the skeleton. With a bang, the skeleton turned into a pile of ashes that scattered in all directions. Within this pile of ashes, there were countless specks of golden light. Sixth Desire Devil Lord waved his hand, and the ashes quickly dissipated. The specks of golden light gathered together to form a shining golden hand bone. However, there were only 4.5 fingers on the hand bone, and only half of the ring finger. The moment the hand bone appeared, the purple lightning in the whirlpool stopped moving as if time had stopped. Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't even look at it. He grabbed the hand bone and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy entered the hand bone and was quickly absorbed. Sixth Desire Devil Lord used the hand bone to form one technique after another. If Wang Lin was here, he would recognize that this technique was exactly the same as the one he got from Ancient Emperor. However, this technique didn't have more than 400, but more than 1,000. These more than 1,000 hand techniques were all formed by the hand bone. A whirlpool gradually appeared in front of him. Sixth Desire Devil Lord revealed a look of joy. The reason he dared to enter the land of the ancient god again was because he believed he had completely understood the hand bone. With this hand bone, he would be able to leave like he did 1,000 years ago This hand bone was the inheritance item that Wang Lin had been searching for. Back then, Sky Devil Magician gave it to Sixth Desire Devil Lord. After 1,000 years of research, Sixth Desire Devil Lord finally solved the mystery of this hand bone. He was afraid that it would be taken away when he used it, or that some unforeseen event would occur. So, he didn't hesitate to put in a lot of effort to put the hand bone into a disciple's body. As a result, no one would think that the inheritance item wasn't in his bag of holding, but in the hands of the young man that followed him. Through his connection with the hand bone, he could take it out and use it at any time. As a result, it could be said to be foolproof. Also, because this hand bone was an inheritance item from the land of the ancient god, it wasn't restricted by the restrictions here. As a result, his disciple was able to enter the land of the ancient god without any obstacles. After forming the last hand technique, Sixth Desire Devil Lord decided that he would never come to this strange place again. However, just as he was about to step into the whirlpool and leave, the whirlpool suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Sixth Desire Devil Lord was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, the purple lightning that was originally frozen in the air suddenly descended and pulled Sixth Desire Devil Lord into the exit of the third realm. After he disappeared, Sky Devil Magician appeared with a calm expression. He had a strange smile on his face as he said in his heart, "My good disciple, you must succeed. That way, it will not be a waste for me to secretly activate the inheritance item to help you escape from the wandering souls and prevent you from leaving this place." Wang Lin's body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly passed through the ancient god Tu Si's Chi Si. His direction had changed. He was no longer going straight but upwards. He didn't know how long he had been flying for, but nothing had changed in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he used his divine sense to check, he would have thought he was just walking in place. During this period of time, he had seen more than 10 waves of chi pass by. Each time, he would enter the heaven-defying bead space to avoid them. Gradually, he began to notice some clues. These waves of chi, no matter how he looked at them, seemed to be made of spiritual energy. Wang Lin already had an answer in his heart, but he still couldn't believe it. These waves of chi clearly came from the Chi Si whirlpool. If just the tentacles of the whirlpool had such power, then wouldn't the entire Chi Si have reached an unimaginable level? Especially since the ancient god was clearly dead, why would the spiritual energy in his body still circulate on its own? In addition, Wang Lin still had a trace of doubt in his heart. The further he flew, the more he could feel the strange waves coming from all directions. Every time these invisible waves swept by, Wang Lin could clearly feel them. These waves didn't have any offensive power, but every time they swept by, they would cause a change in Wang Lin's emotions. Although the change was very slight, it made Wang Lin's vigilance increase a bit. He looked at the location of his Chi Si. Above the Chi Si was the Zu Meridian, where the Zifu Sea of knowledge was. As Wang Lin flew, he secretly calculated in his heart. Unfortunately, he didn't get enough information. There was a layer of fog in front of him that prevented him from seeing the truth. The entire land of the ancient god was filled with a strange atmosphere. While flying, Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped. Without a word, he pointed at his brow and entered the heaven-defying bead space. At this moment, a white light flashed not far away. When the light dissipated, Sixth Desire Devil Lord appeared with a dumbfounded face. At this moment, his expression was dark as he looked at the golden hand bone in his hand and then at his surroundings. Suddenly, he was clearly stunned. Then, his eyes flashed as he looked around again. His expression changed abruptly, and in the end, he revealed an expression of disbelief and ecstasy. This ancient god is clearly dead. Why is there such a strong wave of desire here? Sixth Desire Devil Lord's eyes became brighter and brighter. When he arrived here, he immediately felt the waves coming from all directions. From his point of view, these waves were clearly all kinds of desire. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's eyes became cold. His right hand formed a seal, and he suddenly shot out a seal. Suddenly, a thin, snake-like black mist appeared in front of him and flew into the distance. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The black mist immediately turned around and was sucked into his mouth. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's face revealed a look of ecstasy. He could clearly feel that just by absorbing a trace of desire, his nascent soul, which was swallowed by the wandering souls, immediately returned to normal. Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't say anything. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and found nothing strange. He immediately stretched out his arms and formed different seals. He sat down cross-legged and shouted, "Desire of fear, withdraw." The moment he finished speaking, his hands quickly formed seals. Suddenly, endless black mist appeared in all directions and rushed towards Sixth Desire Devil Lord's body. Gradually, more and more black mist appeared until it covered the sky. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's body was like a bottomless pit, devouring the black mist. His expression became more and more excited, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He could clearly feel that the desire of fear in God G's body was extremely large, beyond his imagination. Time slowly passed. 100,000 miles away, Sky Devil Magician's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked in the direction of Sixth Desire Devil Lord. He muttered to himself, "Absorb, my good disciple, absorb as much as you want. For Master's plan, you have to perform well." His mouth revealed a strange smile. He clasped his hands together and stretched them out. Suddenly, a ring of blue light spread out and covered the surrounding 10,000 miles. After doing all this, Sky Devil Magician's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became even wider. He thought to himself, "Good disciple, back then I predicted that your obsession would be the biggest obstacle in your cultivation. But now it seems that this obsession will be the key to the old man's success." Time slowly passed. The endless black mist had already covered the surrounding 10,000 miles. If it wasn't for Sky Devil Magician's restrictions, the black mist would have continued to spread. After an unknown amount of time, the black mist gradually disappeared. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's eyes revealed a crazed expression. His cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. "Desire of greed, withdraw," he shouted in a low voice. In an instant, strands of red mist appeared. Not long after, the surrounding 10,000 miles were covered by the red mist. Next, desire of arrogance, desire of pleasure, desire of jealousy, desire of obsession, and all the other desires were devoured by Sixth Desire Devil Lord. His expression was completely crazy. His master, Sky Devil Magician, was right. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's biggest weakness was his obsession with cultivation. Once there was an opportunity to increase his cultivation, he would never give it up. Even now, he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he continued to absorb and devour the fragrance. Eventually, he absorbed the last bit of lust, the lust of obsession. At that point, his entire body began to emanate a monstrous aura. The six desires in the ancient god's body were created when the ancient god's soul split due to some special change before it died. The current Sixth Desire Devil Lord had absorbed a portion of the ancient god's desires. His mysterious Sky Devil Desire art had already surpassed the limit of what the creator, Sky Devil Magician, had imagined. At this moment, 10,000 miles away, Sky Devil Magician's face revealed a greedy expression. The usually gloomy Sky Devil Magician couldn't help but laugh out loud. His body suddenly moved, and he charged towards Sixth Desire Devil Lord. "My good disciple, your mission has been completed. You didn't let the old man adopt you in vain. This time, you can consider it as repaying his kindness. First, I need to think about it properly. Second, my body is not up to expectations. I hope everyone doesn't mind. I won't stop writing. I will try my best to write more." Chapter 188. Wang Lin was inside the heaven-defying bead space, so he could clearly see everything that was happening outside through the heaven-defying bead's special ability. Before the heaven-defying bead recognized him as its master, it wouldn't be able to do this. However, after Wang Lin reached the mid-stage of core formation, he noticed that after entering the bead, he felt different. This feeling also appeared when he first reached the core formation stage. but it wasn't as strong as this time. Wang Lin speculated that the increase in his cultivation level was one of the reasons, but the bigger reason was that his divine sense had increased. After all, the wandering souls in the third trial had allowed his divine sense to grow by leaps and bounds. Now that he was inside the heaven-defying bead, all he had to do was grab the glowing object, and he would be able to sense everything that was happening outside. The appearance of Sixth Desire Devil Lord surprised Wang Lin. He didn't think that Sixth Desire Devil Lord would be able to pass through the exit of the third trial and come to this place. From the whirlpool that appeared before Sixth Desire Devil Lord appeared, it was clear that Sixth Desire Devil Lord had just arrived from the transfer array of the fourth trial. Wang Lin calmed his mind and prepared to separate from Sixth Desire Devil Lord after Sixth Desire Devil Lord left. If the two of them met here, it wouldn't be a good thing for Wang Lin. However, what happened next gave him a huge shock. The things that Sixth Desire Devil Lord devoured were very familiar to Wang Lin. He immediately thought of the time when Sixth Desire Devil Lord used his demonic technique. When he saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed, but soon a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. It seemed that Sixth Desire Devil Lord's absorption was too simple. It was as if everything was ready and waiting for Sixth Desire Devil Lord to devour it. He could clearly feel that Sixth Desire Devil Lord was becoming stronger and stronger. Sixth Desire Devil Lord felt this unprecedented power. His mysterious Sky Devil Desire art had reached completion. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. His thousands of years of pursuit had finally been fulfilled. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. He looked at his hands and laughed toward the sky. He was confident that even if his master appeared in front of him right now, he wouldn't feel any fear. He had the confidence to fight against him. This confidence came from the ancient Shun desire he had absorbed. The six desires fused together to form a special power that allowed him to control the life and death of others. However, before Sixth Desire Devil Lord could continue to lament, his face suddenly darkened. However, he quickly revealed a ferocious expression. In the distance, a meteor-like figure was rushing toward him. "Old geezer, since you don't care about the relationship between master and disciple, don't blame me for killing your master." Sixth Desire Devil Lord let out a cold smile. His body didn't move as he coldly stared at the approaching figure. In the blink of an eye, the figure arrived and stopped 10 feet away from Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Sky Devil Magician appeared. He stared at Sixth Desire Devil Lord with unconcealable joy in his eyes. He laughed and said, "Good. No wonder you are my Sky Devil Magician's disciple. You actually dared to absorb the ancient god's desire. Here, master must thank you." Wang Lin's heart shook. He was inside the heaven-defying bead, so he could clearly feel what was happening outside. The appearance of this person shocked him. This person's appearance was too similar to Hunchback Manx. They both had the strange body of a demon. What surprised him even more was that this person was Sixth Desire Devil Lord's master. Wang Lin didn't know that the mastermind behind the invasion of the land of the ancient god was Sky Devil Magician, but after a bit of analysis, he was able to roughly guess what was going on. Through this person's words, Wang Lin knew that what Sixth Desire Devil Lord had absorbed was the ancient god's desire. Although he didn't know what the ancient god's desire was, from the name alone, Wang Lin understood what it meant. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's eyes revealed a cold light. Without a word, his hands quickly formed a seal in front of his chest, and he chanted, "Spirit of Desire, come out." The moment the words came out, pillars of different colors appeared behind Sixth Desire Devil Lord. The moment these pillars of smoke appeared, they turned into ghosts that charged at Sky Devil Magician. The greed in Sky Devil Magician's eyes became even stronger. He didn't stop Sixth Desire Devil Lord from casting the technique, but instead cast the same technique with both hands. The moment Sixth Desire Devil Lord cast the technique, he shouted, "Spirit of Desire, come out." Immediately, the same smoke appeared behind him, which turned into 6 evil ghosts that pounced forward. Sixth Desire Devil Lord revealed a mocking smile. Although he learned it from Sky Devil Magician, he already knew that Sky Devil Magician had left something up his sleeves. So, Sixth Desire Devil Lord had been studying it himself for a long time, trying to improve it. He believed that his improved version of the mysterious Sky Devil technique was not inferior to Sky Devil magicians. Just as the two almost identical desire spirits clashed with each other, a strange smile appeared on the Sky Demon's face. He suddenly stretched out his arms and quickly floated up. His hair moved without any wind, and waves of spiritual energy flowed out from his body. Using the bone as a guide, Sky Devil Magician shouted. His voice had an ancient feel to it. The moment the voice came out, the golden bone in Sixth Desire Devil Lord's hand suddenly began to move strangely. In an instant, it split into countless golden specks of light and dissipated in Sixth Desire Devil Lord's hand. This golden speck of light was like a golden river that flowed towards Sky Devil Magician. It condensed in front of him and turned back into the golden beast bone. This time, the hand bone was closed, only the index finger was stretched out and pointed at Sixth Desire Devil Lord. Wang Lin stared at this scene. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Sixth Desire Devil Lord was able to absorb the ancient god's desire so easily. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly, as if there was an invisible hand behind the scenes. The moment Sky Devil Magician appeared, Wang Lin suddenly realized that all of this was caused by Sixth Desire Devil Lord's master. From the looks of it, Sky Devil Magician must have a big goal. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's eyes lit up. He ignored his own spirit that was fighting with Sky Devil Magician's desire spirit and retreated without a word. He turned into a ray of light and flew far away. In that instant, he suddenly understood why the vortex had collapsed when he had used the hand bone to unleash the incantation gesture at the exit of the third level. This hand bone clearly didn't belong to him, but to his master, Sky Devil Magician. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the hand bone with just one word. The moment the hand bone flew away, the 1,000-year connection between him and the hand bone was instantly severed. This shocked him and made him think of many things. Sky Devil Magician revealed a mocking smile. He didn't even look at Sixth Desire Devil Lord and calmly said, "Desire as a sword." The 6 spirits that were fighting with Sky Devil Magician's desire spirit immediately let out miserable screams. They turned back into smoke and merged together, forming an illusionary figure in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Sixth Desire Devil Lord, who had turned into a ray of light and left, silently disappeared. When he reappeared, he was shocked to find that he had somehow returned to Sky Devil Magician's side. The place where he reappeared was inside the illusionary figure formed by the 6 desires. To be more accurate, the two had merged together, using all of this person's blood essence as a sacrifice. Sky Devil Magician's voice became strange. As soon as he finished speaking, Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't have the slightest ability to resist. His body suddenly exploded into a bloody mess. Sky Devil Magician waved his right hand, and drops of blood quickly floated out of his body, condensing into a ball of blood that floated in the air. During this process, Sixth Desire Devil Lord's body was bound by an invisible force, making it impossible for him to resist. Using this person's peak spirit severing cultivation as the path, using Ancient God 2C's 6 desires as the medium, opening the Ancient God's divine sense land. Sky Devil Magician's eyes revealed a hint of madness. He had waited 4,000 years for this day. In fact, 1,000 years ago wasn't the first time he had entered the land of the Ancient God. To be more accurate, it was the 3rd time. The first time was 4,000 years ago. He used a magic treasure to pass the 3rd trial and successfully entered the 4th floor. He obtained the hand bone and discovered that this place had an unimaginable fluctuation of desires. This kind of fluctuation would only make others feel uncomfortable, but he was very sensitive to it since he had used all kinds of desires to attack. Sky Devil Magician could be said to be a peerless genius. After he noticed this, he didn't immediately try to absorb it. Instead, he quickly used the hand bone to open a path and left the land of the Ancient God. After coming out, he began to painstakingly study desires. In the end, he created the Dark Heaven Devil Desire incantation. However, when he came back a second time, although he did enter the fourth level, he found that the ancient god's desires were even greater than before. At the same time, he saw the devil-eyed cultivators. Shocked, he quickly chose to leave. After a bitter battle, he was lucky enough to escape. It was also at that time that he learned some secrets about the ancient god's inheritance. After escaping, the huge temptation made his heart skip a beat. After thinking for a long time, he came up with the idea of taking drastic measures. After 1,000 years of preparation, he finally came here the third time. From his death to giving the hand bone to Six Desire Devil Lord. This was all part of his plan. In the third trial, even if Hunchback Meng didn't call him out, he would still appear when Six Desire Devil Lord was in danger. His goal was to get him into the fourth trial. It could even be said that the reason he took Six Desire Devil Lord as a disciple was for this day. Six Desire Devil Lord's body completely turned into a bloody mist. As for his nascent soul, it was grabbed by Sky Devil Magician and turned into a large amount of spiritual energy. Sky Devil Magician's eyes were filled with excitement. His hands formed a seal, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with the spiritual energy. With a ferocious expression, he shouted, "Ancient God, point me in the right direction. Ancient God's fear go." Suddenly, the golden hand bone floating in the air exploded with a bang, turning into circles of golden ripples. In the end, it formed a golden ring of light in the air. At the same time, a black dragon came out of the bloody mist that Six Desire Devil Lord had turned into. This black dragon had a ferocious expression. It let out a roar and sucked in the spiritual energy of Six Desire Devil Lord's nascent soul. After absorbing exactly 1/6 of the spiritual energy, the black dragon's body began to shine with a black light as it charged into the golden ring. At this moment, it was as if the entire land of the ancient god was shaking. If it wasn't for Sky Devil Magician setting up a restriction tens of thousands of miles away, the demonic cultivators in the land of the ancient god would have sensed it. With a bang, the black dragon seemed to have hit an invisible barrier. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the space where the black dragon hit. After the black dragon hit the barrier, it immediately turned into white gas and disappeared from the land of the ancient god. The god of luck had forever lost a trace of fear. Wang Lin was inside the heaven-defying bead space. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. His heart was beating wildly, and his eyes were filled with excitement. That golden hand bone was actually the bone of an ancient god, especially the missing half of the ring finger. That half was clearly lying quietly in Wang Lin's bag of holding. Compared to this, what moved Wang Lin the most was the location where the black dragon hit. His eyes flashed as he looked at it. God of luck, go! Within the blood mist, a red dragon suddenly appeared. It carried an intense aura, and after using 1/6 of its spiritual power, it fiercely charged toward the same location. Next, the desires of arrogance, delight, jealousy, and infatuation turned into 4 dragons and crashed into the same spot one after another. When the final dragon of infatuation crashed into the crack that was already on the verge of collapse, the entire crack suddenly shattered, revealing a tunnel that was dozens of feet wide. Sky Devil Magician laughed wildly. He grabbed with his right hand, and a light blue round ice crystal appeared. This ice crystal was about 10 feet wide, but the passage was less than 10 feet wide. Wang Lin stared at the passage and hesitated for a bit. In the end, he gave up on the idea of rushing out. Sky Devil Magician formed a seal with both of his hands. His face revealed a cautious expression as he shot a ray of light at the ice crystal. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He could feel that his restriction had been broken by someone, and someone was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. He revealed an unwilling expression. The restriction he had just set up was the most powerful restriction he could set up. Furthermore, there were many different restrictions mixed into it. Even if it was him, it would take a long time to break it. After all, he had prepared for so many years. Although the ancient god's body was extremely big and it was unlikely for someone to pass through, he still put in a lot of effort into this restriction just in case. However, he didn't expect a foreigner soul to appear this time. This caused the Blood Sea Master to order all the demonic cultivators to enter God of Luck's body to chase after him. As a result, it was inevitable that some changes would occur. However, there was no way out. Plus, Sky Devil Magician was very confident in his restriction, so he didn't change his plan and continued. Chapter 189. But now, the other party had easily broken through the seal that he thought was perfect. This caused him to be shocked from the bottom of his heart. Without saying a word, his face revealed a decisive expression. His right hand reached into the tunnel and grabbed a third of the 10 feet long ice crystal ladle. Then he patted the tunnel with his left hand, and the tunnel immediately closed up. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace and returned to the state of nothingness without a single crack. At this moment, Sky Devil Magician's heart was bleeding. He had put in so much effort, and he only needed a few more hours to shrink the ice crystal into a passable size. But now he had no choice but to give up and only take a third of it. Once the ice crystal was broken, a lot of the things inside would be lost. Also, there was only one chance to take it out. If he couldn't take out the whole thing, he could only take out a part of it. After he took out the ice crystal, he didn't say anything and was about to press it against his forehead. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. "If you dare to move, I will burn you and strengthen my consciousness." Sky Devil Magician's right hand trembled. He was too familiar with this voice. No wonder the restriction was broken so easily. This person was one of the 10 generals of the Blood Sea, second only to his master. His cultivation level was not something that Suzaku's cultivation level could compare to. To be more accurate, this person was an ancient cultivator. Due to some special reasons, he was able to survive until now. Subordinate greets Lord Domu. Sky Devil Magician forced a smile and didn't dare to move his hand. He knew that even if he absorbed the ice crystal, he would need time to digest it. But if the opponent wanted to kill him, it would only take an instant. At this moment, a purple-haired middle-aged man wearing a red robe slowly floated over from a distance. This person's height was the same as a normal person's. He didn't turn to a demon like Hunchback Meng and Sky Devil Magician, but maintained his normal appearance. His appearance was normal, but he had a unique temperament that would make anyone who saw him feel nervous. The middle-aged man's first glance was not at Sky Devil Magician, but at an empty space. He was a bit confused because he felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy from where he was looking. However, this place was outside the ancient god's Chi Sea, so it wasn't strange for there to be spirit force fluctuations. After that person took a look, he carefully scanned the area again. In the end, he didn't find anything, so he withdrew his gaze and looked at Sky Devil Magician. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. In that instant, his opponent's eyes seemed to have seen through the heaven-defying pearl and directly into his heart. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. The fact that the other party was able to discover the heaven-defying pearl shocked Wang Lin. He took a deep breath and his eyes flickered. Under the gaze of the other party, Sky Devil Magician felt like his entire body was being seen through. However, since he was able to survive in the Blood Sea until now, he naturally had a way to deal with it. The moment the other party appeared, a strange spirit force quietly revolved in his body. The feeling of being seen through slowly dissipated. The middle-aged man's gaze swept past Sky Devil Magician and landed on the ice crystal in his right hand. With a grab, the ice crystal immediately left Sky Devil Magician and flew towards the middle-aged man's hand. Although Sky Devil Magician's heart was bleeding, he didn't show it on the surface. Even his heart was completely covered by the strange spirit force in his body. "What is this?" The middle-aged man's voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable majesty to it. He looked at the ice crystal and couldn't see anything special about it. Sky Devil Magician quickly respectfully said, "Lord Domu, this crystal was formed from Junior's disciple, 6 Desired Devil Lord's cultivation. Back then, Junior took him as a disciple to obtain his brain crystal and use it to increase his cultivation. If Lord likes it, Junior will give it to you as a gift. The middle-aged man looked at Sky Devil Magician, held the ice crystal between his fingers, and lightly said, "Is that so?" With that, he gently squeezed his fingers. With a bang, the ice crystal turned into specks of light and dissipated. Sky Devil Magician was stunned for a moment. His face twitched as he watched the ice crystal disappear. He couldn't say anything for a long time. The middle-aged man let out a mocking laugh and lightly said, "This thing is so fragile, yet you still treat it as a treasure." Sky Devil Magician bitterly smiled and shook his head. His whole body seemed to age as he remained silent. "Come with me to find that soul devourer." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he grabbed with his right hand. Sky Devil Magician immediately felt a strong force coming from all directions, grabbing his body and quickly flying into the distance. After the ice crystal shattered, it turned into specks of light and gradually disappeared. Wang Lin stared at the specks of light that were about to disappear. He wanted to show himself many times, but he resisted the urge. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the air. He frowned and looked around again. After pondering for a while, his body flashed and disappeared. When he scanned the ice crystal with his divine sense, he found that it only contained some spiritual energy. The reason why he crushed it was because he suspected that there was someone else here. Maybe the soul devourer was here. The spiritual energy fluctuation just now was still a bit strange. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin secretly sighed. Although he didn't know what the ice crystal was, for Sky Devil Magician to go through so much trouble to obtain it, it couldn't be as weak as the middle-aged man said. It was a pity that the item had already been destroyed by the middle-aged man. Otherwise, Wang Lin would have liked to see what it was. He sighed, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave the heaven-defying bead space. After all, the middle-aged man was too strong. Maybe he had left behind some kind of restriction. However, at this moment, the place where the ice crystal had disappeared, the originally empty void suddenly flashed with specks of crystal light for some reason. These specks of crystal light increased in number, and in the end, as if time had reversed, they actually condensed back into ice crystals. Immediately after, a golden halo appeared in the air. There seemed to be a thin film inside the halo. Spiderweb-like cracks gradually appeared, and a suction force appeared from the cracks, pulling the ice crystal closer. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He clenched his teeth and decisively left the heaven-defying bead space. He saw an illusory figure appear in the air. Before it solidified, the figure suddenly moved and grabbed the ice crystal. At this moment, the illusory figure gradually solidified. It was Wang Lin. After he grabbed the ice crystal, he didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. His speed was very fast, and he used almost all of his spirit power. He floated like the wind. After flying for nearly an hour, he finally slowed down. After looking back for a while, he stared at the ice crystal in his hand with a hesitant expression. He didn't know what it was. When he was flying, he tried to put it into his storage bag. Unfortunately, he found that this thing was very strange and couldn't be put into his storage bag. Wang Lin's face showed a decisive expression. If this item could make Sky Devil Magician pay so much attention to it, it must not be an ordinary item. He held the ice crystal, recalled Sky Devil Magician's actions, and firmly pressed it against his forehead. As soon as the ice crystal touched Wang Lin's forehead, it automatically went in without him using any force. After a while, Wang Lin still didn't find anything strange. The spirit power in his body didn't increase at all, and his divine sense was still the same. Wang Lin was confused. He scanned his body, but the ice crystal seemed to have evaporated. No matter how hard Wang Lin searched, he couldn't find where it went. He frowned. Could it be that the Sky Devil Magician spent so much effort and even crippled his own disciple to get this item? Was it really trash like what the middle-aged man said? Wang Lin frowned. He moved his body forward and prepared to continue flying forward. He wanted to reach his sea of knowledge as soon as possible. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a slight pain in his head. This pain was very light. It only appeared for a moment, then immediately disappeared. But the moment it disappeared, a slightly stronger pain appeared again. This cycle continued, and in an instant, the pain crazily increased. From the beginning, it was light pain, but in an instant, it became as intense as a raging wave. All of this happened too quickly. Wang Lin only flew a few feet before he let out a miserable groan. His body suddenly trembled as waves of pain appeared, each time more intense than the last. Without saying anything, he immediately pointed at his forehead. He wanted to enter the heaven-defying bead space to meditate, but he found that his divine sense was blocked by a force that suddenly appeared in his head. He couldn't enter the heaven-defying bead at all. Wang Lin's expression slightly changed. He quickly sat down cross-legged and looked inside his body. He immediately found that his sea of knowledge was surrounded by a layer of blue light. This was the source of the pain. This kind of pain, even with Wang Lin's strong will, was very difficult to resist. He could only bitterly endure it. At this moment, a blue halo slowly floated out from the top of Wang Lin's head. After this halo appeared, it immediately turned into countless tentacles. These tentacles floated around, and gradually, more and more tentacles appeared. Finally, all of the tentacles suddenly moved and quickly wrapped around Wang Lin's body. As more and more tentacles wrapped around Wang Lin's body, a giant oval cocoon gradually appeared in the void. At the same time, rays of blue light came out from the cocoon. The moment the blue light appeared, ripples appeared in the void. As more and more ripples appeared, a powerful suction force came from inside and slowly pulled the giant cocoon inside. In the blink of an eye, the giant cocoon disappeared into the void. The ripples gradually calmed down, and there was nothing unusual about it. Not long after, a devilized cultivator suddenly appeared. His face was old, but he gave off a vicious aura. After he appeared, he looked around suspiciously. His right hand casually grabbed at the air, causing spatial cracks to appear. This cultivator's right hand didn't stop. He continued to grab spatial cracks in his surroundings. After finding nothing, he turned around and disappeared. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.